I'd like to call to order the March 12th, 2025 Town Council meeting. Actually, it's the 13th, isn't it? 13th. Yeah, 13th Town Council meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Ann, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, we will go to public comment. Yes.
Nope, go, sorry.
You all set?
Yep.
All right, anybody inside the chambers would like to make public comment, please step up to the podium. You state your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes to make comment. Looking once, looking twice. Anybody online, Kat?
I do not see any hands raised.
All right. Then we will move over to D, please.
Sorry. Make a motion to consider and take action on the proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 budget.
Second.
Motion second. Kathy,
So maybe we can go through the process for tonight?
please.
So typically what we do, we're going to try to run through all the department heads tonight. We have the schedule in front of you. I've asked everyone to come about 4:30, so people will be here and we'll just start clipping through all the departments. Typically what we do is we use our book here and we go through each one of the sections. I'll give a brief highlight on the sections. If anyone, we can ask questions. If anyone wants to make any changes or wants to come back to it, we make a list of that. And then we tentatively approve each one of the sections. And then if we have a list at the end, we come back to the list and we can come back to each of the sections. And then we go through it. I think tonight we will probably also go through what's on our schedule, which is all the departments. And then on what was for Saturday, we'll also try to go through debt service and non-tax revenues. Depending on how far we go, that would be the end. And then we could start talking about the overall tax and budget worksheet.
All right.
So we have the Registrar of Voters are here, and then I think, oh, perfect. And then the library will be next. And the Registrar of Voters, if everyone wants to turn to, in the yellow section, General Administration. And the registrars can come right up to the
Page 9.
page 9.
Thank you.
And I'll go down, and we'll go from there.
How are you, ladies?
We're fine, thank you.
Fine.
Thank you for coming out today. Hope everybody's well. So page 9. Any comments you guys want to make before we ask anyone any questions?
Well, we do want to thank you for considering and approving our salary increases, our base salary increases for the new term. So obviously that shows up in the budget, and stipends. And 25-26 will be interesting because we'll get new tabulators in the spring and we'll be rolling those out. And first general election we'll be using those will be November 2025.
And a new state voting system, registrar voter won't be Connecticut voter registration system, will be called Total Vote. That will also be launched May, June. So we have a
Lots to learn.
A lot on your plate.
A lot of learning right across the state and a lot of teaching. We'll be going to several meetings.
And train the trainers so we can train our own people after
And
that.
then we'll be
so we'll
training
busy.
everybody, and then for the referendum, you all will be using the brand-new tabulators.
So that's going to be our first experience with all the new
Which we're
systems.
grateful because not all towns will be able to, they don't have a referendum. So
Right.
it's a practice and a low turnout.
So it'd be a good trial run for us.
Not a chance anything.
And
will
we're
go wrong.
also lucky it's not, like last fall for the presidential election with that many people, so
Right.
this is good.
Excellent.
And we'll be getting word out in the newsletter and other ways so that people are, hopefully, most people will be expecting it.
It's much more friendly.
Yeah,
We
I
like
think
friendly, don't
The
we?
new tabulators, it will really tell people right up, your vote was accepted.
Oh, good. So we have to worry about, I didn't see my number get changed and all this other stuff.
Nothing about those numbers
That will-
again.
That's great. Awesome. Any questions from the dais? Brian?
No, thank you for everything you guys have done, and we are in good hands with learning and training on the new systems. So thank you for that.
Fingers crossed.
Patty?
Yeah, so based on my quick math, I think we increased your combined salaries by about $24,000 over the course of a year. And the budget last year was 136, and what's in the town manager's proposed budget is 154. So that's about an $18,000 difference. So I want to confirm that this request ballpark addresses, the new things that you just mentioned, the new tabulators, the new registration, because I did see that your request was about $10,000 more. So I want to just want.
Right, well, there's been some
Yeah.
tweaking, between the time the budget book came out and our salaries weren't approved until after that. So it's my understanding that what's behind these numbers, we've actually been able to take some things out that are likely not to happen, like a second referendum, right? Or a primary for the municipal. And we kind of understand that we may need to support that if we have to, but they're unlikely events. So there was some shifting around to kind of keep the budget about the same amount with our increases, with the stipends, and some of the increase that we'll be experiencing with the new tabulators and the service on those new tabulators.
All right, so
So,
in general, you're comfortable with the
Yes.
budget as pro. Great. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thanks. Sarah?
I don't have any questions.
Keith?
No questions, thank you.
Amy?
No questions?
Dave?
Just we're lucky to have both of you in the capacities that you operate on a weekly basis as the registers of voters. So, and we're happy to have you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, two of you. And I thank you for obviously a great presidential run for our elections. I know everything went smoothly, and I look forward to the new implementation of the machines and stuff, and look forward to smoother events for us as we go into the new year.
good luck with the rest of your budget work.
Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Make a motion for a temporary approval for page 9 of our budget book.
Is it
Second.
temporary or tentative?
Pardon me?
What did I say?
Is it temporary or tentative?
Did I say temporary?
Yes.
Tentative.
Rough start. A lot of talking from me tonight, too, on these motions. Tentative approval, page 9 of the budget book.
Second.
Good luck.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. The library.
Hi, everyone.
How are you, Jocelyn?
Great, it's good to see you all.
Long time no see.
I know, thanks for having me here.
Thank you for
I
coming in.
have Dana Pescatello with me, who's the chair of the library board.
If you want to sit on the other side, Dan, if you're going to talk, you'll have a microphone right in front of you. It'll be easy.
think I'm going to speak.
You sure?
I'll share the mic with you if you want to talk. You can sit wherever you want.
Page 17.
Thank you. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you about the library and our funding requests for fiscal year '26. I'm very proud of the work our library team does every day to help our residents have the best day ever at the library. So I invite you to visit the library's children room early in the day, and there you'll find our earliest learners making new friends and exploring our spaces. You'll see parents, grandparents, and caregivers building foundational relationships alongside their children. A first grader visiting on a recent field trip enthused, quote, "I had a great time at the library and will come back there soon. Thank you for letting us take books home," end quote. That student was back that very afternoon with their parents to show them all the cool stuff at the library. We recently started an adaptive story time for children on the autism spectrum. One parent had this to share, quote, "Programs like these are literally life-changing for our kiddos and for our families. Walking into that welcoming and supportive space with loving and familiar faces is so appreciated," end quote. Throughout any given day, tutors, students, adults, seniors, and small business people visit the library to learn and connect. Our rooms have been booked almost 3,000 times this year. They use our computers for personal research and professional growth. 2,800 uses so far, with over 6,000 database logins as of February. Community members browse our shelves, settle into comfortable chairs to read newspapers or a good book. We've circulated 265,473 items so far. Local creators are building and making in our makerspace, the use of which has increased over 30% from this time last year. With more than 500 adult volunteer hours logged at the library, our volunteer program provides the library with much-needed assistance while also improving the lives of our volunteers, like this person who completed their hours and said, quote, "It proved to be extremely beneficial in helping me get a positive outcome during a difficult time. Thank you so much," end quote. More than 17,000 people have attended our various free programs, from history lectures to crafting, gardening, trivia, and movie nights, to our pet adoption event, which is tonight. Maybe it will coincide with your dinner break at 6. And we have a murder mystery party happening on Friday. There's something really for everyone at the library. When the high school bell rings, controlled chaos ensues as students make their way to the teen space. In the words of one of our teens, quote, "This is my safe place. The library is the only place I can go and be myself," end quote. We provide first-time jobs for teens through our PAGE program and rely heavily on their volunteer work to help with many of our larger events. We continue to provide space for Adult Ed's ESL program, and it's an honor for us to assist these members of the community as they find their footing and develop both cultural and language skills on their journey. The libraries aren't just for folks who can travel to our physical locations. Our outreach program delivers reading material, and for some members of our community, human interaction to those who are homebound or living in one of our many facilities in town. They can't travel to us, so we go to them, spreading library joy. Our digital resources are available to anyone with a library card and an internet connection. When they download a book from the library onto their phone or stream a movie in their living room, they are bringing the library into their own spaces, because the library is truly wherever our patrons are, and we've circulated over 38,000 digital items this year to our community. And we continue to grow our patron base. This year, we issued 847 new library cards to our residents. Our libraries continue to evolve and serve broader purposes within the community. And to meet that opportunity, we just completed a strategic plan which will guide our decision-making over the next 3 years. The library's mission is to empower people to learn, connect, and grow. We aim to serve as a catalyst for connection and growth, fostering the joy of reading, learning, and discovery in our town. During our planning process, we talked to many people across Farmington and Unionville, from town leaders to families, teens to seniors. And we consistently learn from our many conversations that our residents see the library as an incredible resource with room for growth. From that input, we created the 4 pillars of our plan: reimagining spaces, increasing access to materials, promoting a lifelong love of exploration, learning, and creating, and strengthening connections. We're currently undergoing a building condition assessment, and we'll create a 15-year capital plan for our 2 buildings so we can make informed decisions to responsibly care for and steward our physical plant for the next 2 decades. We will continue to grow our partnerships with town entities like economic development, community services, adult education, and the school district to amplify the great work they do to make Farmington and Unionville an amazing place to live, work, and raise a family. This includes our ongoing efforts to provide resources and support directly to classroom teachers, co-hosting middle school book clubs, class field trips, and a safe, supportive environment for high school students in our teen space. In the coming year, we will look to expand our connections to the senior center and other senior living communities across town, and work closely with community services to identify areas of cross support. We'll partner with Economic Development and the Cultural District Committee to support the work of our cultural heritage institutions. We will also continue to provide the exceptional service our town members expect from the library, including access to print and digital collections, expanding our local history offerings, and providing interesting and engaging programming that bring people out of their homes and back into our community. We can't do any of this work without the support of the town grant to the library. This year, we ask again for a modest 2.8% increase over last year. This funding increase will primarily address rising costs of utilities and maintenance and continue to help us lift the wages of our team, who are responsible for providing the opportunities and resources so beloved by our town, allowing us to retain exceptional employees and ensure our library remains competitive in a tight job market. In addition to town support, we rely heavily on and are grateful for the generous donations from the Friends of the Farmington Libraries, which are community members here in town, and sustaining investments from the Farmington Village Green and Library Association. Finally, I want to invite each of you to join us on next Sunday, March 23rd, from 1 to 4 for our Maker Fair. If we get about 500 people, I think you might have received a postcard in the mail, so I think we're going to get more than 500 people. We have high and low tech maker crafts and science skills, and there will be food trucks. And last year, like I said, we had about 500 people who attended. And then I'd also like to sort of mark your calendar for early evening on June 18th, where we will hold our summer reading kickoff that's attended by about 200 families here in town. So thank you again for your continued support of the Farmington Libraries, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. And I just want to, again, commend you doing a great job. I love the fact that you are outside of the box, or maybe outside of the library, with your ideas of involving so many different programs and entities into the library to use and to reach so many different levels of our citizens.
Thank you.
Dave, any questions?
No, great presentation.
Amy?
No. No
Keith?
questions?
No, you guys are doing awesome. And it was great to see, because the library obviously has lots of needs, but you guys were also very forward thinking. I remember in January, or maybe it might have been even December, when you were checking in on where the budget was going, so you're forward thinking. I mentioned last year the fact that Jocelyn, when you came in, and Dana, when you took over, unilaterally deciding that there was a need to raise some employees' pay, which helps with morale. I just think the library is in a very good and healthy place, so no questions.
Thanks, Keith.
Sarah?
No questions, but great presentation.
Patty?
So first, I recently started working remotely, so I am now in the library a couple times during the month because you got to get out of the house. So
Yeah.
thank you for making those comfortable chairs and making it easy to get on, and the bright light is great.
Happy to have you.
And I do have a question just in general about ebooks. I use a lot of ebooks, and I read a lot in the press about libraries are limited on number of times someone can borrow it, how long you can have it, and I know there's a bill pending
Yes.
in the state legislature. I'm just wondering how that's impacting your budget.
So the way that it impacts the budget is it means we have to make hard choices about what we make available to our patrons. So last summer, we actually reduced the amount of titles that were available in one particular ebook platform. We have multiple ebook platforms that we use. That one particularly was downloadable audiobooks, which people were kind of upset about. Unfortunately, the publishers who publish ebooks and the ways in which we license that content are not library friendly. They're very opaque. It's not transparent. Different libraries are charged different amounts for the same material.
And you're not allowed to ask either, right?
And we're not allowed, we are not allowed, they sign non-disclosure, or they ask us to sign non-disclosure agreements on our contracts. So, if I had all the money in the world, I could make every single book available to people. I don't have all the money in the world. I think we do a good job of really listening and paying attention to what our patrons are asking for and trying to make those resources, or as many of those resources available as possible. I think you may see us here in the next 5 years talking about our collections budget and that it's not sustainable as more books move to ebook platforms and more people demand electronic resources over print resources. They're exponentially more expensive. So a book that would cost me $12 in paper that I can circulate until that paper disintegrates may cost me $150, and I can only circulate it 25 times. And then I have to pay another $125 to circulate it another 25 times. So right now, I think we're okay, but there is certainly, the future is bleak, and we're really hopeful that our legislators in Hartford will hear the library community and help us with this legislation.
Thank you. I think you're doing a great job, and I'll say there's only been 1 or 2 books that I've not been able to find. My husband's a big audiobook person, so he's
A little more
feeling some of the
disappointed.
pinch, but yeah, thank you for
We'll
everything
have him
you've done.
call because we can help, we might be able to help him find it in a different platform.
I will, thank you.
Great.
Brian?
Thank you. Yeah, you actually answered every question I had in your presentation.
Great.
So thank you. You left me with nothing, except a good book. Thank you for everything you do.
We appreciate your support.
Thank you both very, very much. We appreciate your time and all your energy that you
Yeah,
put
and
into
if
the
dinner break
library.
is at 6, there will be.
No, I can't go
I come home
home.
with a new dog.
Yeah.
And
Could
I
Taco's
ask
being
one-
out of the
one
house.
more
as well.
Yeah, hold on a second,
I have-
ladies.
yeah, your 15-year capital plan?
Yes.
Like, so that's just starting as far as the ideas, as far as pulling that together?
Yeah, so we've engaged an architect, SP&A, which the town's familiar with. They're doing a condition assessment, and then they'll help us build that capital plan, and we should have that by the end of April
Yeah.
Both buildings.
for
For
both
both
buildings. Yeah, and then we'll have conversations with the town manager and
Right.
see if there's ways in which we can work collaboratively together on the care and keeping of those buildings.
Got it. Very good. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you both very much.
Thank
You also. Keith, a TA, please.
Make a motion for a tentative approval for page 17 of our budget book.
Second.
Motion second.
Do you do the whole page?
Yeah.
For the library,
Line
for the
item
library
5-6.
grant, right, not
Right.
page 17, right?
Yeah, 5-6, what do you want to call it by the line item?
Yeah,
54608?
yeah. I think that's what you want to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would be a TA for
The line item
page
5-6.
17, line item 54608.
Okay. Line item, I make a motion for a tentative approval for page 17, line item 54608.
Perfect.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes.
Joe, we're just going to get ourselves set up here.
The chief can come up for a second and retrieve this piece. If you want me to. No, I don't. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, chief.
Tim, you want to come on up? We're going to start with the police department. And the police department is in your books from 32 to page 40. You all know Acting Chief McKenzie. Welcome. Hello. All right,
All right,
good to go?
we are.
All right, so the police department's budget is overall a decrease of 1.59%. Some areas to note, one thing that is positive is that we are able to continue with the part-time seasonal help in the police department due to grant funding. So there's no seasonal help in the operating budget. It should be noted, though, that this is the last year of that help, but for this year, at least we have the grant funding. And this is for, what is it, the trail people? The
summer weekends, yeah,
Summer
for
weekends, which,
riverbanks.
the riverbanks and things like that. And that's a program, I don't know if many of you know, we started, it seems like it was just the other day, but it was probably a few years ago. And it has CROs? CSOs on the trail, going up and down, going to the meet and doing things. People really seem to like that, and you can see your presence and helping with litter pickup, not picking up the litter, but making sure, giving out bags and different things like that, so people do that. So that's a program, but again, that's still in the budget. The other thing is, one of the reasons why the police department budget is so low is that the fleet maintenance account does not include any funding for new patrol vehicles and the associated technical equipment to be installed in the new vehicles. So the department's request called for the purchase of 2 marked and 2 unmarked vehicles, and the technical equipment that is associated with that. So that is one of the things that I did bring up in my message, that I think this is something that's probably, if the council could support some of the police cars, it's unusual for us not to have our replacement plan, but to make the target, that was one of the things that was taken out. The other thing should be noted, the salaries, correct? The salaries?
The salaries are not included in this department budget right now. They're in the salary reserve account. That's because the police contract, it has not been negotiated yet. So it's in the personnel line item. And then they do move to the departments once the contracts are settled. So those are not reflected in the full-time payroll.
You mean the estimated increase of salaries or all of the salaries? Sorry, the estimated increase in salaries is not in this line, or all of the salaries?
The increase.
Thank you.
So I don't know if anyone has any questions on page between 32 and page 40.
All right, 32 to 40. Obviously, I do want to discuss, I don't know if it's now or we should do it later, about the cruisers and the costs.
Probably should have some discussion about it.
Okay. So we're looking at, what, 4 overall vehicles, 2 and 2?
Yes, 2 marked and 2 unmarked.
All right. And we still with the Tahoes? We going back to the smaller? We were staying all?
We budgeted for 2 Dodge Durangos because they were about $10,000 cheaper.
Really? All
And
right.
the Tahoe prices went up this year, so we're going to go
Okay.
back to the Dodgers.
And will we replace, obviously we're replacing 2, or are we moving the 2 patrol vehicles into a different category? Are they going off to auction?
So they'll rotate, obviously, you know, to our school officers, all right? And then what the highest mileage vehicles, we speak with Joe if we're going to auction them or give them to
All right.
another department.
All right. What's the total cost again for the 4 vehicles outfitted?
1 second. Kat, do you have that?
Because obviously it's 2 different
Oh.
prices from an unmarked to a marked.
It's a 147,486 and then 50,100
147,486.
and 50,100, and that's for 4 vehicles.
Okay.
Could I ask a question about that?
Certainly. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm just wondering how, I mean, I don't even know how many cars we have in the fleet, but is our rotation usually 4 at a time, or do we space them out differently?
We usually, I think our rotation typically has been 3, and then last year we only did 2. And so now, and we have not done an unmarked car in a while, am I understanding?
That is correct, yes.
We haven't done an unmarked car. So we got a little bit behind on our schedule, but, so that's why there was 4 in this one.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, no problem.
Patty, any other questions about that?
About the police vehicle?
The vehicles, yeah. Or if you have anything else, obviously.
I do have others, but I don't know that do we want to bounce around, or do we want to?
Well, we can talk about the vehicles then and go.
Okay. Brian covered my question on the vehicles.
All right. Sarah?
Yeah, I don't have any questions on the vehicles.
Keith?
I'm all set there.
Amy?
My question was already answered.
Dave?
Yeah, I have the information on the vehicles, yeah.
All right. Then we'll move, so obviously we can look into that further as we go into the budget, of what we can try to look for numbers if we add that back in.
Would you be interested in maybe TAing the place where the vehicles are? Not
Certainly.
TAing, I'm sorry, putting a mark to come back to that page?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be
Page 40.
page 40, so Kat will make a note to come back to page 40 about the vehicles.
Excellent. So then we'll open up for any other items or questions about the police budget? Dave, you have anything else about the police department?
I guess, is the overtime that's in the budget, is that something that's fairly consistent year to year? I can't say that I looked back 10 years, but I was just wondering, the overall total of overtime.
I would say some of it depends if we are down, like if we're not a full squad of officers, and over the last couple of years, sometimes we aren't because we're always recruiting, then our overtime costs are typically higher. If we have a full slate of officers or pretty close to it, our overtime could potentially be lower. Also depends on different things of people, not recruitment-wise, but also family and medical leave, people out for different things, the overtime can go. So I guess it goes sort of like this, but it's in the bigger picture, I'd say it's pretty consistent. But it does go up because when the salaries go up, the overtime goes up with the dollar amount.
Amy?
No questions.
Keith?
My question was actually on the overtime too, which was, I noticed that of all things, the police budget, actually the estimated for this year, based on what was budgeted for this year, is under, and most of it's because it looks like on each department, the overtime has been less than budgeted. And I was just curious, sort of like functionality, how they're running. Are those hours where we don't have officers that are out there, or is it lack of need or lack of want to take on that overtime?
Are you saying that the overtime is less?
Yeah, so like, I mean, just even if you go to patrol, or sorry, the administration patrol and a few of the other departments, we budgeted for a certain amount of overtime, and right now the estimation of where we're gonna come in at year end will be less than what was
So you're,
budgeted for.
just so Tim can follow us, we're on page 33, are you looking?
Right, 33.
Yeah, if you go to 33, but it's true across some of the other sections too, but yeah, just on patrol. So we budgeted for 800,000, we're gonna come in at 789, which is close enough that it's fine, but if you go to the full budget, I think when I looked at it, it was a little bit more apparent. Yeah, overtime, we're estimating is going to be down under investigative services, 14,000. And there was another one too that I saw, estimated versus actual for training was also lower than budgeted by like another 10,000. And these are all estimates. So, but if you add them all together, it's like $35,000, $40,000 worth of overtime we budgeted for that we haven't needed, which is, it's great to be under budget. I'm just was wondering if that means that we have a lack of people, or is it just, we worked out the way the schedules worked out, we didn't need to fill those hours?
Yeah, if I can answer that. I'm the one who does the estimates. If I give you the answer. I hope I can give you the answer.
I believe in you,
A lot
Joe.
of it's based on what happens to trend over history.
Yeah.
Also, as Kathy said, based on the amount of staffing that's available. And not just the staffing that's available, but where the staffing is. So you could have full staffing, but if you have 3 people in the academy, you're still covering for 3 people.
Sure.
It's like you don't have people. So the short answer, it's based on history. It's based on what they've spent so far this year. And it's also based on what grants are available for overtime also. There are some grants that we could shift overtime costs to. And the estimate is that we're going to shift some of that money to the grants. We do have pretty much full staffing. I think we only have 1 person in the academy at this point and 1 vacancy.
Good.
So it's based on a lot of those factors.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to save money, but whenever you talk about the police department, when you see stuff that's budgeted for, you just want to make sure that we have the people that are out there, because that's what, people expect out of us, so. Good.
And just, and just to give you a warning though, or a heads up, this is based on a normal year, based on history. And quite frankly, you could have one investigation that'll just blow the whole
thing up. Sure.
Blow the whole thing up. So you don't budget for those extraordinary things. You budget for the norm.
Yeah.
But something extraordinary comes up, and it'll blow the whole budget out.
Okay, you answered my question, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Sarah?
I had just kind of curiosity question. What is considered a full slate for, like, fully staffed in terms of number of officers? 46. And then just curious, have you seen any trends in, like, the type of issues that you're facing in the community, like more motor vehicle accidents, anything like that, any types of crime or things that are coming up that impact kind of what you're all having to deal with?
We're still facing the motor vehicle theft, burglaries of motor vehicles. Hence the ARPA grant that offset some of the money there. It was a surprise that we got it again this year, so we can put extra patrols on the road overnight hours to saturate the area, or we can pay the investigators to follow up on the stolen cars out of town. And they end up out of town, and it costs a lot go and investigate and track down some of the suspects. So, but that's the most common trend right now is still the unlocked vehicles leading to the motor vehicle thefts.
Thank you.
Patty?
Sorry, I had to collect myself for a moment. I do have a question looking forward into next year's budget, because I am one of those people who very much appreciates having the seasonal folks on the trail, as I use the rails trails by myself, and it's great to see folks. So what is the estimated cost of like what
Where is that
what we
one,
might have
Kathy?
to add back next
Oh,
year?
15,000
Per person or total?
total, right?
for-
Yeah, total.
Total for the warm months, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's two people. And usually if they're riding in pairs, or are they riding single?
Yeah, fully staffed would be four
Four,
on
okay.
each weekend day, and they would ride in pairs. That
Okay.
We would split them up each side of the river
Okay.
if we get all four on a given day.
Thank you. And can I assume that the difference between, like in the full-time staff department request versus manager is related to the contract negotiations? Because that's about a $30,000
What page are you on,
difference.
Pat?
Oh, sorry, I'm on
Okay.
page 33. I'm just looking at the patrol, but I think there's a couple others.
Basically, what happens here is, it has two things. The larger part of that is how the a lot of employees are still on steps, but it's a young department, so it's how the steps are calculated. Some, the department calculates it slightly differently than I did, so that's part of the difference. And the other part was, after they submitted their request and before we finalized the management budget, we did have a vacancy, and so everything, we have a vacancy in the higher ranks, everything filters up. So we were able to drop the salary of the lowest position down. So we just basically adjusted all the salaries going down. And the difference in the salary between a 5-year or 6-year officer and a starting officer is significant, and that's also part of the difference.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing else.
Brian?
Oh, thanks. Just a question, because I'm curious about accreditation on page 32. That was one of the items that was requested and seemed to drop down a bit. So I'm curious to know, it's part of the contractual services, which I know includes a lot of different things, but one of the things that was called out was accreditation fees. And so I'm wondering, is that a reflection of we're not getting folks accredited as needed, or are there other things that are being
There's-
moved around in that
No.
budget, which is fine, I'm just curious.
No. Yeah, the contractual services has other things in it, so the accreditation is still being funded fully. There was another item in there that we did take out, which makes up that
No
difference.
worries, that was my question, I want to make sure we're getting
Okay.
these guys what they need.
Yep.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
In the accreditation process, it's a whole for the police department.
Right, and I saw that on page 35, that we do that.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Chief. So how do we do this since we have a open item for the vehicles? Do we still TA, just keep the
Yeah,
vehicles open?
we TA it, and we're just coming back to that one when we come back later.
Do you want me to do 32 to 39,
Oh.
or?
Oh, yeah. We have
Oh,
to
yeah, do dispatch also.
Yeah. and
All
then-
right,
Yeah. So what, page 41?
thank you.
So the dispatch is on page 41. I don't think there's anything really of significant to note. You see in the narrative. It is nice to note that one dispatcher position is 100% funded through a grant, and that's because we do a regional dispatch with Burlington.
Excellent. Sarah, any questions?
No, no questions.
Patty?
The grant you mentioned, Kathy, how is that indeterminate? Does it have a finite period?
This one has been going on, and we anticipate that it will continue. The state really is pushing for more regional dispatch, and actually, we've been exploring different opportunities, one with Avon, actually, to be doing some more regional dispatching. So, and the state is really pushing, and we like the idea of being the hub, being the person. So, like I said, Burlington, we've been doing for quite some time, and we've been exploring some opportunities with Avon to see about their dispatching, if we could be a regional dispatch. And one of the things, when did we finish, Tim? Was it for the dispatch center?
We finished in Fall?
fall.
Early fall?
We, if you guys remember, we have supported some upgrades in technology and upgrades in the system, and they did a really great job of doing our dispatch center over again. Anytime anyone wants a little tour of the dispatch center, it's something that I'm not, if you're not used to being in a dispatch center, it's neat to go in there and see how multitask and how great the dispatchers do. There's a lot of stuff going on with the screens and all the different things, but we've upgraded the whole system. And the dispatchers, I've been in a few times after the upgrade, and they really are happy about the work that was done in there. And it looks great, right?
That's awesome. Excellent.
Yeah, so.
Thank you. Thanks.
Brian?
Awesome, yeah. No questions, thank you. That dispatch center is very cool.
Yeah, it's neat.
Dave, anything?
On the dispatch, again, so the one dispatcher position that's 100% is basically dedicated to Burlington.
Nope, it's, Burlington pays for it.
Oh, Burlington pays for it. Okay.
Burlington pays for one dispatch.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amy?
I just want to thank you for the quick response that we had personally this year and the wonderful service that we received from you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
When does Gary get his deputy badge?
Any day.
Keith, anything?
I just had a question, Kathy, on the what you're accounting for versus what their request was, the $50,000 difference.
In which item?
Sorry, under full-time employees.
You're going to see this a lot in the budget. Last year, or the current year's budget, we did not include these salary increases for ASME employees and for SEIU employees.
Okay.
We put that in salary reserve. So after the contracts were settled in December, they got their raises. So next year, we have to build in 2 years' worth of raises.
Okay.
So instead of, we had to build in this year's raise plus next year's raise. So you're going to see in a lot of cases, what I told the departments, because at the time we're putting the budgets together, we didn't know what the contract settlements would be.
Yeah.
So we said, leave it at the existing salary and we'll adjust it.
Okay. So, because I did see that a couple other spots. So as we see that, that's based on those negotiations.
Whenever you see a substantial increase like that,
Yeah.
it's more than likely because there's a 6% increase in the first 2 years of the salaries.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? We're good? All right.
So what would be the TA's, Kat? Or then, oh, that's okay. Page 42.
One more.
One more. Yeah. So this is really very little change. And Tim, maybe can you this is our fair share that we're required to pay. And I always forget what.
Medical.
Yeah,
for EMD.
EMS service.
Yeah, EMS, yep. For our dispatch, it is the EMD service. It's our control, medical control.
Right. It's our yearly fee.
The yearly
correct?
fee, it
Yeah.
doesn't change. It's
All right. Any questions on the contractual services? From anybody? We're all good? Keith?
All right. So, oh no, I have no questions. Sorry.
All right. Amy?
No questions.
Dave?
Yeah, I think a couple meetings ago, we approved a grant for behavioral health, didn't we? And it was going to be a joint effort with the police department, right? It was going to pull from different public service. And I was just curious, is that reflected in this budget?
No, that would be in, it's not in the budget, it's a separate, that came from the opioid money.
Okay, so that's a separate, distinct thing, financed through the opioid
Yeah.
money. Okay. Yep.
Exactly.
Brian?
All set, thank you.
Patty? Sarah? Good?
Good.
Okay.
All right, Kat, why don't you tell them what they're TAing?
The TA pages 32 to 39, and then 41 and 42.
I'd like to make a motion for a tentative approval for pages 32 through 39, as well as pages 41 and 42.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
And that is it for the police department. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Chief.
welcome.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Kat, you have the notes to go back to page 40 for us, for whenever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next, we have Public Works and Mr. Arnold.
Bum, bum, bum. What page we starting on this one? We're gonna be all over the place.
Yeah. Hello, Russ. So what are we starting on? Why don't you read them? Oh, here, do you read it? Yeah. Yeah. So how do we want to start?
Express administration is page 44, but then it goes to highway.
Let's do 44 through the highway.
All right, 44.
What was it? Crossing through engineering. Yeah.
And there's, fire marshal's 27, and
Fire marshal.
Joe, why don't you tell us?
Where do you want it?
Start on page 44. For now, let's start on page 44. We go to page. I promised them I wouldn't talk.
40,
44 to 55 we'll do it right now,
and
right?
we've already talked, next year, we're starting at the beginning of the book, and we're going down in order.
Yeah, that would help be helpful. That would be helpful.
That took, 30 years for me to figure out that's a better way. Yeah, so anyway, thanks, Russ.
All right, 44.
All right, so overall, Public Works account includes highway, grounds, engineering. Many of the full-time payroll accounts include 2-year salaries, which Joe had just mentioned. Again, another thing that we talked about in the police department is that we're able to continue with the part-time seasonal help in the highway department due to grant funding, so there's no seasonal help funded in the operating budget. Again, it seems it's really a quality of life thing, so hopefully next year we'll be able to put back the part-time help
Bless you.
in the seasonal help in the highway and grounds. But this year we have it, it's just with grant funding for a second year. The one thing that I think should be noted is that we are only funding one seasonal employee at the Westwoods Golf Course. Previous budgets, I think it was probably 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, we eliminated the second position, and we're still unable to bring it back in this budget. This is something where you do need the seasonal help person there, and so for that reason, we do transfer one of our highway and grounds employees over to the golf course during the peak season, which does reduce some service in the highway department end. It's a busy time of the year in general, but again, we did it last year, and we did it again this year. The proposed request for the Public Works group of account has a 6.09% increase from the current budget.
All right. Brian, do you have anything?
Are we going pay or just on the total?
44 to 55. I know it's a lot.
I don't have anything right now.
Okay. Patty?
Yeah, I had it. Sorry. Trying to remember. I'm looking at page 47, the line for auto repair and maintenance. And I noticed that the estimated for this year is $131,925, but that 23-24 was 156, and 22-23 was 162. So I'm just noticing that the request for this year is lower than it was 22-23 and 23-24. So I'm curious, do we have better equipment? Was this low on a fluke? Is there
All the above.
all of the above? Okay.
We've replaced some of the older equipment as time goes on, and when those higher years, more things broke down for whatever reason. I don't have that information with me. I didn't think to bring 5 years ago.
No.
But I would say there was something big broke down. We had a big expense. There was a lot of older equipment back then. And then what we did with the 150 was we figured, hey, we're replacing a new load. Joe's given us a new loader this year in our capital improvement program. So expenses for that. But things like that. So you're absolutely right. It's
Okay.
older equipment getting replaced, other breakdowns, things happen. I know a couple years ago, we had, for whatever, during one snowstorm, like 4 plows went down.
So we had couple big expenditures there on a lot of hydraulics and things like that, so
Okay.
that's what it makes it up.
Just so it's not a perfect science, but
Right.
what we typically try to do is we typically try to look at the 5-year average on these types of accounts, even like if it's snow removal, snow overtime, things of that nature. We try to look at 5-year expenses. We also try to look at, in particular, if there's a spike, like Russ said, is it because something broke down and things like that? If we see something consistently going up, which we potentially would, is probably because our equipment's getting older and we realize that maybe we're not budgeting as much as we should be budgeting. And then again, I mean, we're not at that point now in these accounts, and you'll see it in the fire budget, is that sometimes what we've in the past had underfunded some of these, and even though we know the 5-year average is this and this is that, we still would underfund it. And when we talk about the fire budget, you're going to see that that's what we've done in some of the fire budgets, and we tried to bump those up. In the highway and grounds, I don't think we were in that situation, but it's somewhat of a gamble if we have a big piece of equipment go or some different things. But that's kind of the logic on some of these accounts, what we do.
Okay. And I had a similar question on page 52, but based on the explanation with materials and supplies, I assume it's a similar kind of analysis, rough.
On the materials and supplies? Yeah.
I do have just a general question. It says the contractual services includes funds to plant annuals and perennials. Do we make an effort to get native plants? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, everything. And we work with the garden club,
Mm-hmm.
and they tell us what they want, and we buy it and supply it, so.
All right.
Doesn't sound like you work with them. You work for them, not work with them.
Pretty much, yeah. No, but no, it's a good group, but we're getting whatever plants they want, and they have a pretty good handle on their committee with what plants we should be planting.
Okay. Okay. And then on page 54, I saw that the department had a $15,000 request for equipment. It didn't make it into the town manager's budget. Is that something, a known something that needs to be repaired or replaced, or is it?
This was, I think we're getting a trailer. We asked for a
Yeah, so-
trailer.
Okay.
They have requested a gator.
Oh, the
to
gator.
replace the Cushman. And, they have an old Cushman, they requested a gator, but we'll decide we're gonna find another way to pay for it.
It's in like grants, when you say another way to pay for it.
Kathy's paying for it.
Make-
Thank you.
We'll just see how well the golf course budget does,
Okay.
and see what we have for surplus at the end of this year. And then, assuming we have a surplus at the end of this year, we'll incorporate some of that, move some of that money to buy the gator.
Okay. I'm just looking. Oh, I noticed, it looks like we switched to outsourcing. I think that's what it said. They were switching to outsourcing surveying on page 55.
Yes.
Is that from an efficiency, skills, cost?
So what happened was our surveyor, after 24 years, retired, and we were able to keep him on part-time. We tried finding someone for over 2 years. Kat did a great job canvassing the whole state, looking for somebody, and we had a couple interviews, a couple people came in, but just weren't going to be a right fit for us. So we ended up getting another engineer in lieu of a surveyor, and if we need to, we do our own general surveying in-house, but if we have to do something very technical, I'm going to be the first one to tell you I'm not the one to do it. So that's why we have money in there we had money for hiring like a local surveyor to help us out in those instances.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. I appreciate everything you guys do, Russ. I know you have creative solutions to working with issues that come up.
Tell them, because like what you sent, no, what you sent to me
I just can't
today.
believe Russ doesn't do something. Like, really? Can we train him in the whole surveying part next?
Cecilia.
No, tell them about the picture you sent me today, because it's based on the last meeting we were at.
So back to the Joe Swetsky sawmill. Thank you. We have the Kathy Blonsky garden plots are gonna need to be laid out again coming up in the spring, a couple weeks. So with the sawmill, instead of spending about $900 roughly in stakes, we made our own stakes for surveying, for the garden plots, and for our highway department when we're grading roads and repaving. Instead of purchasing the stakes for $2, we make them for a little less than $1 in-house. We use
Our sawmill.
sawmill that no one knows about. We use that quite frequently.
Hey,
Well, it was in
tomato
inland
plants are
wetlands
coming up.
Last week.
What's that?
There was it did make it to the inland wetlands group last
Yeah.
week, the sawmill, so.
Sawmill, yeah, no, it exists. We have video, we have pictures.
I keep it a secret. You're gonna start doing Pinewood Derby cars for the Boy Scouts?
That's a little different, that's balsam.
Right.
I'm telling you.
Every bit helps, and we got a nice picture how they're all stacked, and the good thing, very efficient, very cool.
You can make some big money making tomato steaks. Home Depot charges an arm and a leg,
I
so.
want Russ tomato steak business.
Brian, I'll go back to you since I started with you. You're still going through the pages. Any questions?
No, I didn't have anything marked, so I just would want to say thanks for all you do. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah?
I don't have any questions.
Keith?
I have, I think, an easy one, which is just the estimated overage on the snowplow, snow and ice removal overtime,
Page, Keith?
page
49, right?
48 for snow and ice. So OT was budgeted at 140 and we're at like 172. I assume that's just because this was a bad year?
Everything fell on a Sunday
Yeah.
or at night, or weekends or at night.
Yeah, it did. It was, everything was on a weekend.
And a holiday.
Yeah, so it wasn't, so the only reason I asked these questions, I just want to make, so it's not that we're a person less in the department. I know you could always use more people, but it's just bad luck.
Yes, we can always use more people.
That I get. But it was just the time
Just the
proximity.
timing of it. And again, it's like, we go through it, and Joe was very good about doing the 5-year average, and, you roll the dice, and this is one of those years that we lost. The last couple of years, we did very well. But because of the way the storms fell on weekends and holidays, it just cost money.
They were nasty, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't fun.
Right. I don't know if we realize it all the time, but I don't know why it is, but snowstorms fall on the same days.
They do on a pattern. They do.
On a pattern all the time. And so when they start at the beginning on Fridays and Sundays, the whole rest of the winter, that's when they're going to be. And that's what happened this time. There were Sunday nights and then into Monday, and we had a couple of holidays, and they always were on Sunday nights or whatever it was. But it's a pattern.
And to reiterate, we are one of the few towns in the state that we only bring in half a crew for pre-treating. The majority of towns bring in a full crew just to pre-treat or on assault. If the police call and say we have icing conditions or we have we bring in 7 people. So we save money there, and all our guys have bought into it. We did that probably in 2005. We went through a little bit of a turmoil because it was a change in philosophy on how we were doing things. But overall, when the guys realized that instead of getting called out everybody every night, because some nights we'll get a crew in every night for whatever, just because of the temperatures and the icing and rain, something happens. But when they realize that, hey, I'm not getting called tonight because then I can get a good night's sleep, it kind of helps out the team where only half are coming in for that salting. But it ends up saving the town money. So it was a really good change in philosophy.
Okay.
Very
Then,
efficient.
same question on street maintenance, which was that's a little bit over on 2. So that is page 50? It just looks like that's going to be over. And again, I'm asking the same question over and over again. I'm just trying to get an understanding of it. Estimated for this year, we're at 120. And I noticed that we moved the ask up also for this year's current budget, which I think makes sense. But what was the reason for that, or was it just a lot of work?
Basically with the paving and a lot of the being shorthanded.
Okay.
A lot of overtime because of not having enough guys. We put the one person up at Westwood's full-time.
Yeah.
And then with the larger, we got a lot of paving. It's a good thing to have, good problem to have here, but it ended up costing a little more because of the overtime.
Yeah, because my general line of thinking when I was looking at that just was, well, if you add them both up, we're at around 55 or so. But because the snow thing is really just bad luck, because in my head, if you're at 55 and maybe you go another 10, 20, and then you put a full-time person, do we knock out all the overtime and then everything's kind of taken care of? But it doesn't sound like that's the case because some of it's just crummy luck, so.
It is.
That's my line of questioning.
But if you're willing to put another guy in, we'll take him.
No
One of the
comment,
things
sorry.
I think,
I was reaching for something. I don't want to compete with Russ. He makes me look like a jerk, you know?
one of the things, and we've talked about it before, and it's throughout all of the budget, actually, is that we run with very low staffing.
Yeah.
And we do supplement with overtime. And we've never really got to the point where we felt that the overtime was that you'd hire some more people.
Yeah, as long as we're, yeah.
We try to balance it out, but honestly, between Russ and I have been talking about it quite a bit, because I think we've talked about it a little bit, is that people aren't as interested in overtime anymore in
Yeah.
general, not everyone, but there's a different philosophy, and it's hard when we base how we run things on a lot of overtime.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to look at it, and right now, the job market for all sorts of public works jobs, whether it's high-level engineering ones or even the maintainer types of jobs right now, when we used to get 70 applicants for a maintainer one position, and we're lucky if we get 20 and things of that nature. And so, again, we are somewhat short-staffed, and we're always trying to recruit, and then we are trying to supplement with overtime, and that's difficult when you have a work population that doesn't particularly want to do overtime. So
Yeah.
it's something that we're struggling with a little bit, and kind of deciding whether or not it may be time that, are we going to have to hire some more people, or is it just a phase, we're just in a moment of time? And so, anyway, just a comment.
No, I appreciate that. I noticed that in my own work too about the overtime thing. People they value their time more than in 10 years ago even.
Right.
Very true.
Thank you.
Amy?
Thank you for being such a fixer.
Thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, my line of questioning was very similar to Keith's, and obviously, it was the overtime, not so much the amount of it, but back to can you get a full-time equivalent, somewhere along the way? And I guess we had this discussion last year about recruiting, about people value their own personal time over overtime. And I'm just wondering if there is a way to strategize that a little bit, where we actually, I don't know, think outside of the box again. I mean, you do a great job of that, where we could create a bandwidth of some kind of position that would be attractive enough where, it would pull somebody's interest. Because it's almost what you have to do today, right? You run like you said, Russ, is that it's, going all over the state and permitting things all over the state. This department set up a little, you have everything in a one-stop shop, which is a little very unique compared. So I'm just wondering if there's the uniqueness aspect where we can promote it, where people would feel vested, to maybe take a shot at that.
I think the biggest thing, Dave, is it's money.
Yeah.
And right now, there's an economy that there's not a lot of money in it, but there's a lot of work out there.
Right.
And it ebbs and flows. It's a cycle where kids are working construction and they're making $110,000, $115,000 a year. They're working 60, 70 hours a week, but they're making a six-figure salary.
Right.
Unfortunately, we don't have that capability.
Right.
So that's where I think the drawback is. We do a great job with the benefit program. I think that's a non-issue. It's just overall, it's the salary itself. And to take that to the next level, just not feasible,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
One of the things, though, we've done over time is that we really try to, if you say being unique in some different things, is that if we have people, and some of the positions, there are no promotional positions, that's just the nature of the position. But if you have someone that's a really good employee and different things, we try to cross-train, and we're creative, I won't say we make up positions, but we kind of make up positions, and it's a unique position because we have such a good person and we want them to stay, and we have different work that they can do. So we have it, and we have planners that do building, we have have this that does that. And in some ways, that's really great, but in other ways, when that person retires and you want to try to fill that position, no one else is like that. And so, but again, trying to find creative positions, and we always try when we recruit to say, once you come in, if you have an interest in something else, Russ, and then we have a person that had an electrician business, and we say, well, listen, we could probably have you do some electrician work here. If you're a maintainer and you can do this, if you're a carpenter, we can have you build something, you know, because Russ and Jim are always trying to be creative and using the people we have to the whatever skill set they have.
No, one thing else, just to follow up with that, is when we need bodies, like we go to the treatment plant, they come and help for, you know, whether it's leaf pickup, plowing, just in general with our road paving programs, they're out there helping, you know, to get the job done as well. We pull guys from the Westwoods, and and it all depends on what's happening. You know, so we have a crew that, the good thing is everyone will step up and help without any, for the most part, without any kickback.
Right.
So they bought into the philosophy that we're selling.
Right.
And it works.
Right.
Does it work great every day? No. But I think we're on top of our game, where we have, you know, we do as much as we can. And Kathy said, you know, if somebody has a skill, we try to let them use it and let them run with it, so that it, you know, they have a different mindset too. Right? I'm just not some guy who
Right.
digs a ditch. You know, I can weld. So hey, we need this done. Why don't you come in? And they go in the shop, and you just see a different step in their, you know, gait in their step. They just, hey, I'm doing something that I'm contributing my skill set, so it works out well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Money's money is the tough issue. I mean, obviously, right now, you have work all over the place, you have public work all over the
Right.
place, and, you know, it's a difficult climate.
Right. And then when there's not a lot of economy going, well, then we get 60, 80, 100 applications for a job. But we've been in this set where it's a good thing, you know, things are getting built. But those people aren't going to give up a 6+ figure job to come in for, you know,
Not
80% of
six
it.
figures.
Right? 80% of that, right? And that's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
But
That was my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Joe, can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
How, it occurred to me in your conversation, how, are we generally on target with the road paving plan?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, everything's there. We're doing Portage. One thing I did, just so you're aware, I flipped Portage Crossing to the first round this year, just because it was really falling apart about a year and a half ago. I've taken a lot of phone calls and emails, and so we moved that up to the front of this. That'll be the first round this year.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I think we're going to TA 44 to 55.
Make a motion for a tentative approval for pages 44 to 55 of our budget book.
Second.
Motion second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
All right, the next ones are pages
18 and 19 for planning, and ZBA 20, 18 through 20.
All right. Russ, do you change outfits for this part?
I could be right back, but I can stay right here. Just think of me as something different right now.
Change your hat?
Yeah, this is, basically, these accounts are just salary changes. I would say nothing new to report on.
All right.
Very strong planning team we have. Just want to give a shout out to them.
I would second that, being at the TPZ meetings
Yeah.
and so forth. I mean, they're a team that does their research. They're a team that dogs down on their detail, and every project has details. They're a team that works together, like, to solve, anybody that comes before us is always, there's always things to mitigate.
Right.
And they're certainly proactive in that. And, yeah, so I would compliment that team.
It's not an easy job, but they're very detailed and they work, they're very seasoned, all of them, very good.
Any questions?
I'm good.
Anybody on this side? All right, so I guess we'll TA 18 through 20.
Make a motion for a tentative approval for pages 18 and 20 of our budget, 18 through 20 of our budget book.
Second.
Motion second for 18 through 20. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Page 27, please, the fire marshal. So the fire marshal, the one thing I always like to point out is 55530, the hydrant charges. And you can see that we spend $1,214,777 is what the proposal is. Again, this is our hydrant charge. It's just I like everyone to notice it because it's just a big amount of money that goes into the hydrant charge. And when utilities go up and different things, this is a big number. And when it increases, it's a large ticket item for us.
Very much. Any questions on page 27? Anybody to the left here?
I do have one question.
You're to the right.
Because I'm curious.
You're to the right.
I am right.
What do you have, Brad?
I'm curious, only because I don't know, I see that we're, and rightfully, giving money to other water districts for hydrants. Do we provide any water to other districts?
The town doesn't provide any water to anybody. We don't
Okay, I was just
provide
curious.
water. This is all, they're all
Like one
privately owned, and these are the 5 water companies that provide water to our residents or commercial businesses within the town.
No, I just didn't know
Yeah.
if it was going both ways. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, so Connecticut Water has Avon, they have, the majority of Avon water up there. MDC is in West Hartford and
Okay.
various other towns. Valley Water is at a Plain.
That's right. That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, on
Thank you.
Britain- It's on the New Britain line.
Which water tastes the best? Who's getting the best water in town?
Are we live?
Yes.
Poland Springs.
Shout out. Anybody to my left?
Thank you.
I think it's pretty straightforward.
All right, can I get a TA for page 27?
Make a motion for a tentative approval for page 27.
Second.
Motion is second for page 27. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
I think our next one is 43, and that is the building inspector. So in this account, we have, just to make note that we do have 2 years' worth of salary increases. One of the things I think we're happy about is that we do have finally, it has been a while, full staffing. We have a building official and assistant building official that, knock wood, and they've been working out. You've been very happy with that. Very good. So that's something that we had struggled with for, I think, a couple of years almost. And so we do have 2 really talented building officials for us, so we're happy about that.
Excellent. Dave, any questions?
None.
Amy?
No question.
Keith?
No.
Sarah?
Nope.
Patty?
No.
Brian?
I think I'm good, but I was just curious to know for that full-time, the reason you just mentioned, is that why the department request was lower and then it went up for that?
Russ forgot one of his people.
I did. And he was very nice to point that out so clearly.
Don't like to say it.
I thought it was the union contract. I was going to let it slide. Yeah, that was,
I want to be in that union.
Yeah. We always love that when we're adding that money back in, when they forget to put it in.
I was chastised very heartily.
Don't do it again.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, similar to that.
Can I get a TA for page 43?
make a motion for a tentative approval for page 43.
Second.
Motion is second for page 43. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes.
We're doing refuse? No? Yeah, 71 through 73. This is the brown tab in the back.
Fitting.
Yeah, refuse.
As you can see on the waste collection fund on the first page, the total revenues is $2,192,361, and our appropriations balance that off. The bottom line is that the budget includes a 3% or an $8 rate increase, and the annual fee will be $276 per household.
All right. Brian, any questions?
I do not.
Patty?
Yes.
Chomping at the bit, weren't you?
I know.
Wow.
I have a question on the revenue line. The fund equity, is that the same as our fund balance, or is that a different?
Fund balance.
Okay. And then for the waste hauling contract, how long is our current contract?
You know, actually don't recall. The only reason why, because every so many years we extend it. I think we extended it to 26.
Okay.
I'll get you that information.
Okay, thanks. And
I think we extended it to 26.
when we extend it, does the tip fee change, our fees, is it a renewal with
Sorry, are we talking the collection or the tipping fee?
the collection, sorry, so when
The
that,
collection, I think the collection was 26.
okay, and does it change, so,
We negotiate every April
okay,
what the fees would be per household.
Okay.
There's a fee for collection of waste and a fee for collection of recyclables.
okay.
And we negotiate that increase every April for the starting to July.
Okay. Thank you for intuiting my question.
Sarah?
I don't have any questions.
Dave?
No, no questions.
Amy?
No question.
Keith?
No, thank you.
Can I get a TA then for 71 through 73?
Make a motion for a tentative approval for pages 71 through 73.
Second?
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
And that is it for Mr. Arnold. Russ?
Thank you.
Thank you, Russ.
I think we have fire. Tom, come on up.
Fire Tom.
Fire Tom.
Page 28. Oh, sorry, 28 through 31.
28 through 31.
Trying to keep up with the council president there.
Oh, so we are 28. All right. So a couple of things in the fire department. So the calls for service in the fire department have increased significantly, resulting in a higher contractual payment to the volunteer fire departments. Another thing is accounts in the fire department budget have increased to reflect actual spending. So those are two items. So out of all the accounts and things like that, the fire department's overall budget has increased 6.94%, which is much higher than all the other budgets. And the reason for that is what I just stated, is that earlier about some of the underfunding of accounts, some of the issues that we have with our buildings, that maintenance items, things breaking down, we're paying for that. Equipment, we're trying to get a handle on some of our calls for service. Again, that's something where you look at years and different things, and it usually is pretty stable, but for whatever reason, our calls for service have been increasing quite a bit. So that's happening. Overtime, accounts, different things. So we tried to take a fresh look at the fire budget in general this year, and we tried to make some strides. I'd be honest and say probably some of the accounts are still probably a little less than they probably should be, but we're trying to, it's not like, we could have a good year. It's not like something's not in there that would be crucial. It's more about getting accounts up to, what you are actually spending. So, you'll ask I think that in general, we've made some strides, which we needed to do.
All right. Any questions, Keith?
No, everything I had was explained in the prior page, so.
All right. Amy?
What's the increase due to for the increased fire calls? Is there anything in
The
particular?
ambulance, right?
So you're just getting an increase in calls, but I know it looks like it's costing the town money, but it's a good thing because you're getting more volunteer response. So you're getting, more of the volunteers are responding on calls. Unfortunately, the calls that are coming in are just, it's an increase in EMS calls, and there's a bigger increase in fire alarms that are being set off. I don't know why, it's just a trend. It's a nationwide trend. Every department in the country is seeing an increase in call volume.
One of the things, Amy, is that we pay our volunteers for calls for service, and sometimes it's you want a bunch of volunteers to come.
Yeah.
But then you wind up, you're paying your volunteers, which is a good thing, but then also the calls for service too. So it's kind of a combination of both things.
Do you expect that to increase with the apartments that are coming in?
Yes, anytime you have a population increase, you're gonna get a call increase. It's the nature of the beast, unfortunately.
We always try to look, and we made some changes because it's a lot of it's medical now. A lot of the medical calls, as you're probably familiar, is that we've evaluated, and I don't know what it was, if it was 2 or 3 years ago, with our medical director and with our volunteers, our chief, our director, we looked to try to have a certain amount of calls that the volunteers don't go to, and because we used to have the ambulance and the volunteers go, and we stopped doing that because first of all, it burns out the volunteers, and it also costs money. So I think we're looking at our chiefs meetings that we have to look at maybe the next level of calls to see if we can not go to those calls too. And so instead of having the ambulance and the volunteers go, you just have the ambulance go. Because again, as of the volunteers getting up, a lot of times, and, one of the things you always hear about is that going to some of these assisted living, and you don't want people just having to come and take someone, and we're asking the assisted living place to have someone on duty to do those types of things. So there's a bunch of things that we're still trying to look at to kind of reduce our response to some of these calls.
Mm-hmm. Anything else, Amy?
No.
Dave?
Well, that was one of the questions, and I think you've kind of answered that. One question I had on page 29 was on the overtime line there, 23, 24 was, it's come down substantially, in the revised budget and then the actual and so forth. And so I was just curious, is there a reason on that line item?
Yeah, that's staffing.
Just staffing, that's a staffing issue?
Yeah, with the paid firefighters, if they're out for various reasons, we have to supplement with the overtime. So if we have not full staffing, then our overtime is much higher.
Okay.
And so right now, knock wood, we have full staffing. So our overtime we've seen over the course of this year has been going down because of that. But when you have some vacancies and some different things, and over the last couple of years in the fire department, we've had substantial turnover in the paid people, and that's why our overtime was very high.
Got it. Okay. And then their full-time salaries, have they been negotiated and
We're
are they?
going into negotiations.
We're going into
now.
negotiations on them
Yeah.
now. Okay. Yep. That's all I had.
Sarah?
All my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Patty?
Could you, going back to you mentioned the assisted living facilities, Kathy. It's my vague recollection that as part of zoning approvals or somehow they have an obligation to have someone on staff.
Yep, that's something that I think they recently, like, when I say recent, I lose track of time, but that was changed over to have that. So I think when any new place comes on board, some different things that they're required to do that.
Okay, so that'll address, because a few years ago, I was talking to someone who explained to me that it was the assisted living facilities that were really driving a lot of the calls because.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And Tom, do you know off the top of your head, what did we change that really helped us reduce the calls? It was something. I can't remember what it is.
So what happens is like an assisted living or a medical facility, if you already have a nurse or a doctor there, we said you might not have to have volunteers respond to it because we already have a licensed medical professional there. So we just dispatch the ambulance. Also lift assists, you know, unfortunately, you have an elderly population, somebody just falls off the bed or slides off the bed. We don't need to send 20 people to do that. An ambulance crew can sometimes handle that themselves. So things like that where, you know, of course, if it's a major medical, we dispatch the volunteers in the fire department. But if it's something minor, and I know the NFPA and all the governing bodies that cover fire and EMS, they constantly look at it because a lot of towns and municipalities, that they're running into the same issue where, you know, they're getting burned out because they're going on 40, 50 calls a day in some places. And unfortunately, 50% of them are, I don't want to say they're nonsense, but they're not required to have people there. So that's what we've done here.
Are there, if a facility, now that we've made the change, require people on staff, if they don't meet that, is there a consequence for them that then like somehow pays something?
Yeah, I
Does
think
that
that,
ma-
let
my
me ask
question make
Shannon
sense?
about that, because for planning, I'm not sure what the requirement is, but I do know that it's interesting, because once we made the changes a few years back, and you really, really saw the reduction of
Okay.
calls, but now the calls are back up again, and so I think it's just the volume of calls and some different things, and I think that we're looking actually almost for another layer to stop going out, but again, we want to make sure we're offering a good service. The volunteers, you also want them they want to go on calls. So it's a fine balance of, you know, what you want to do, but you also don't want to burn them out. So
Right.
it's a never-ending kind of looking, and we have to work with, what is it called, our medical person that says, you know, you don't have to have a response for this, and then you have to work with your chiefs and your volunteers and your director. So
Okay.
but there is definitely, like Tom said, I think the population and different things, we just have a lot more calls.
Okay, thank you.
Brian?
Thanks. I just have a question because we respond to calls on Route 84 and the extension, and I just feel like I've seen a lot more accidents on the highway. How big a component of our budget is that? I don't know if you track that.
Well, one of the things that I wouldn't say track it, but the state has, what they've done is that, believe it or not, the money has not ran out, I don't think, is that when you make a call when we go to a call on 84, we are reimbursed from the state of Connecticut a little bit of that money because it's on the state highway. And I guess, thank you, Joe. We had that in the past, like I guess in the way past, and then they ran out of money, and then they started it again. So we are able to track, so every time the call goes on the highway, it's typically East Farms Fire Department, they have to fill out a form, and then they get reimbursed.
Thank you, that was my question.
Not fully, I don't
Yeah.
think, but just they do get some reimbursement for that.
Because there seem to be a lot of,
Yeah, I agree.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for your service, man.
Thank you, Tom. Can I get a TA for pages 28 through 31?
Make a motion for a tentative approval for pages 28 through 31.
Second?
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Next is Economic Development Rose.
EDC Rose.
Rose is going to be 14 and 15.
Hi, Rosie.
Hi, everybody.
Sure. Sure.
Thank you. There you go. Hi, Rose. How are you?
Great, how about you guys?
Well, thank you. I'm sure you have a lot to tell us. I know you've been very busy.
So Rose's budget is basically flat, but I think she wants to take an opportunity. I think we like to hear a little bit about what's going on in the town with economic development. And just to give Rose a plug, and we just recently, I said to her and the staff, I said, we just had an event for our cultural district, and I think we talked about it. And I said to Rose, like I said, you don't ever do anything small. I mean, nothing gets small. I come in and we have these beautiful posters up, the news cameras there, the person's playing the piano, the lieutenant governor's there. I'm like, what is going on, Rose? What is this? So they do an excellent job, and
Thank you.
maybe just tell us a little bit about
Yep.
what's going on.
I'll just tell you a little bit, and it feels like I was only here a few months ago, but it's been an entire year. I don't know how time is going so quickly. So as I usually like to start off, we really like to say Farmington is the economic leader in the Hartford region. But I like to make sure we look at our numbers and prove that statement. And as usual, the proof is positive again. We have 4.6 million square feet of office space, and as many of you know, throughout the country, there are towns and cities really struggling with vacancy. Our vacancy is really quite stable at 10%, while other towns in this particular region are as high as 20 and 30%. Our manufacturing sector, we have 1.9 million square feet of industrial space, and for the second year in a row, we're at 0 vacancy. So many of our manufacturers who have wanted to add on have really had to expand. We look at the town profile, and that one shows, our most recent one, that our population is growing. So we're up to 26,623. We have 3,123 active businesses, and we're employing 32,415 people. So we continue to double our population Monday through Friday because of all the employees that make Farmington their home to work here. So our medium residential sale price, we're one of the hot markets. Hartford recently, I think just last month, Realtors.com called it the #1 hot market in the country. And some of that is fueled by sales in Farmington. And our medium sale price for last month was $573,750. And compared to last February, that's a 19.5 increase, which is really speaks to the vibrancy and the value of homes here, but it also speaks to the fact that the demand is very high, and our inventory, if we compare inventory this February to last February, it's down 4.8%. So it almost really makes it hard for people who want to come and buy a home here to be able to buy one at this moment. The median household income is $118,329, and when you look statewide, that compares to statewide, the median household income is $90,213. So again, goes to our families, are doing quite well. The current unemployment rate in Farmington is 2.1%, while the state is at 2.7%. That has changed dramatically. Last year, I was looking over my notes, it was almost at 5%. So a big change there too. Of the 29 towns in our Metro Hartford region, Suffield has the lowest mill rate of 22.63, followed by East Windsor of 24.56. But we are still the third lowest mill rate, which is so important at our 25.45 level. That low mill rate, you'd be surprised how many businesses have said through the years, I'll tell them, why are you coming to Farmington? And they say the low taxes. And the same with residents. They're people are in tune with that cost. So it's great. Our commercial base contributes at this year's grand list 29% of the total grand list, and that really takes a big burden off our residential base, and it really, again, speaks to this vibrancy of what's happening in our economy, in our local economy. So I always look to the future. How are we going to continue to have this growth? I want to see growth in the grand list every year, but that's a little bit difficult when you look around. Almost 100% of Farmington is built out. So what do you do about that? And really the name of the game for us is going to be redevelopment. But it has to be smart redevelopment. And what does smart redevelopment means? It means that we can continue to grow, but we're not changing the character of this special community. And I have to give kudos to
our planner, Sharon Rutherford, and the TPZ, because they have done really some very forward-thinking, business-friendly regulations that, for example, allow manufacturers to grow. Like I told you before, we have 0 vacancy rate. So manufacturers that have wanted to add to their existing facilities before had some trouble because they couldn't be more than 50% coverage. So Shannon and her staff came up with these great regulations that will allow the ability to have more than that 50% coverage, making sure that that company then makes increased investment in underground water and other remediations to make sure, yes, can we allow businesses to grow? Only if it's done in a smart manner. Another great example of that was when the former Lord & Taylor became vacant. That was 100,000 square feet of retail. Many retailers around the country are closing, so of course everybody was pretty nervous about that. The owner of that property came and said to me, do you think we can have other uses other than retail? Shannon and her staff looked it over. They ended up allowing medical use, and as it turned out, we didn't need that because it was Jordan's Furniture who relocated there. And that was a great relocation. Again, redevelopment. It's that Jordan Furniture not only added to the tax base, but it contributed $39 million. Part of that $39 million increase to our grand list, a big portion of that was Jordan's. So it just goes to show when you have business-friendly attitudes, when you want businesses to strive while protecting the community, it really does work. Just last month, they did a small little change, and that was permitting food trucks. And you think to yourself, what is that going to do? It does a lot, because there are a lot of restaurateurs who start off with food trucks. So it kind of gives you that bubbling entrepreneurship and opportunity. So they limited it to different areas of town where it's appropriate, where at commercial use, and they did all these very smart conditions to it. So it's that type of ability that we as a town are really looking forward and making businesses feel welcome here and they can strive. That's kind of giving us these great outcomes. 3 great projects that I'll just briefly tell you about. Mott Corporation. They have facilities on Spring Lane, a very, very successful advanced manufacturing company. They wanted to expand. They had no room in their current facility. They came to me. I was able to locate an underutilized office building at 1690 New Britain Avenue. It had originally been manufacturing, so Shannon was able to help that applicant move it up to get a zone change. So that empty office space now all of a sudden has 67,000 square feet, a very advanced manufacturing space, innovative. That's where they have their innovation center, and they've hired 100 people just in that one spot. That's the perfect example. Another great project that we just finished was the Yukon Health, their Brain and Spine Institute. They were able to, they're leasing it, which is great for us because having it leased by Yukon Health means it doesn't get off our tax rolls. And they have a beautiful new facility with advanced state-of-the-art healthcare right for our residents in their own backyard. They were able to consolidate various different services in their main campus, so now that opened it up for new services on the main campus, and then we have a brand new building. I had the privilege of having a little tour. I couldn't believe the things they're doing there. It's magnificent. And then the last one is 2 affordable housing projects right on South Road. Great projects. Why? Because it addresses this need that we have. We need affordable housing, especially for young people. They're coming right out of college. Employers need them, but they may not be able to afford being in Farmington in a home. This affordable housing does allow them to do that, and it's built right on South Road, which is near our largest employer, Yukon Health, Jackson Labs, and many other different employers that we have, over 3,000 of them. And by having that first step housing, it really allows employers a vast opportunity to hire younger people, these young professionals that they want. And it helps even our volunteer firemen. It helps in so many other ways. So that's a great example of one of those 3 substantial projects that we had. Looking forward to 2025, it is that cultural district. That was an economic development initiative. They took the lead on it. You may ask yourself why. And a lot of that has to do with, number one, it allows us to support our arts and culture. It brings tourism here, which then helps the small businesses who people may shop or drink and eat at, which is all important. And it really starts to continue to build that vibrancy in the community, pride in the community. Thank you, Kathy, for mentioning that event. I myself, the state, that was a state kind of driven event because they were giving us this designation. So they picked Friday at 10:30. I thought, oh my God, nobody's gonna wanna come. Everybody's working, nobody's gonna come. We had close to 80 people that day. I was shocked. Really proving that, yes, this is something this community is interested in. So we're looking at 2025 to continue to do more things with that group. In your folders, you'll notice those are brand new folders. The Economic Development Commission did marketing materials back in 2018. Our stats have changed so much that they needed to be upgraded, so we did it in-house to save some money. And those are our new folders, which a lot of companies really love to receive when I visit them. Real estate agents use them to attract new people into town, and that's all been updated. And in that folder, you'll also see an artistic rendering of a local artist that the cultural district selected. And she's born and raised here in Farmington and is now raising her children. She's an art teacher at Bristol Schools, and she hand drew all those things that you'll see in the map, and those will be given out to people that come to cultural district events to further promote tourism. We've had some great redevelopment examples. That's the theme of my talk today. Sally Apiza's opened up in the former Lord & Taylor and Jordan store, curated a unique little gift shop, opened in the former Design Gallery Forum. Elite Fitness went into the Valley Fitness place. Golden Mango went into the Galleria Restaurant. Farmington Valley Cigar will be opening in the Trunk Show. And Holistic Health, which is a woman-owned health clinic in town, she expanded and she moved into a greater space that had been left empty by Arrow Pharmacy. So again, redevelopment, thinking of, okay, if somebody leaves, the market is alive, so what else can go in its place? There's always an opportunity for that. Looking into next year, in the spring, Trump will be finishing up their smart factory. It's the most efficient factories of the future. They only have 2. One of them is in Chicago. The other one will be here in Farmington. That's going to be opening up in the spring. The Olmsted, a brand new, beautiful community, will be on Batterson Park Road, right next to Camp Current. That's going to be, a great thing. And then Maple Tree Nursery, many of you on Route 4. It's Ben Dunning's place. We can't wait. I'm a flower person, so I can't wait to shop there. That's going to be opening up soon. And then many other smaller, the Marriott has finished, and Stadium 15, and you read my newsletters. So what I want to leave you with is that this place is bustling, it's vibrant, and so we hope to continue to make that happen next year.
Thank you, Rose. I can't say enough about what you do for the town. It's amazing, not only are you known throughout the state, but within your own community too in Farmington, where you touch just about every business. So thank you for doing all that you do.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's a lot of fun.
Brian, any questions?
Yeah, actually I do. Thanks, Rose, for everything you do. It's awesome that we hear all this great stuff. I am curious to know if you have any idea what the impact of our school system is on making Farmington so desirable. I mean, there are so many factors. Where does that factor into it?
Well, I like to do a lot of research, like why Farmington, why do people pick Farmington? And school really is one of the top choices. If you look at niche.com, it's where when people are choosing a place to relocate, and that's one of their criteria. So it is, best practice in economic development. If you have a good school system, you will attract not only businesses, but engage residents. And so I think it's a big factor. I know it was all the buzz, you know, whenever I went to any different event, everybody's like, oh, your high school, I heard it's one of the most beautiful, you know, in the state. So I think people talk about that, and I think school choice is very important whenever, for a business and residents both.
I have other questions, but I'll see if anyone else wants to ask.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious about two developments that kind of started and stopped. I want
Yes.
to know if there's any movement on those, the Loman's Plaza and on the Big Bird Bridge.
Yes, so
Parcel.
the Loman's Plaza is owned by two different development groups. It's a 50-50 split. The best way I can describe what happened there, they're having irreconcilable differences, so they're in divorce court. And until such time that they can figure out which one is gonna buy the other one out, it's a very, very valuable piece of property. The location, it is over 9 acres, and I just, you know, have faith that because of its value, someone is gonna have to blink and make it happen. But that's where that one stands right now. The midpoint by the Big Bird Bridge, I will tell you, it was my favorite project. Bill Warner and I started that, and I really am just so sad that it stalled. And it basically has stalled because of the death of both owners. And one was an untimely death, and the other one was through sickness. And because of that, we have a brand-new owner for the midpoint section, but the other owner, which is for the housing, that's in probate court. So that has not been resolved. The difficulty that's going to happen with that project is that it's almost like an arranged marriage. When that project came before planning, it was considered by all of us really one project, because the housing would give the density that would then feed the economic development that would go into the midpoint. And so there's so many cross easements and, you know, things that, because they ended up being equal partners, that each one was going to be doing things for the other. And now we have one brand-new partner that this was not his plan, they purchased it, and then we have the other partner that, to be determined, who is that going to be? So that has really paused. I will say the people who have purchased Midpoint are doing things and are trying to do certain things. Nothing has really come to the surface yet. It's not exactly, they're not pausing it. They have made a big investment and they need to develop it. So that's going to be first now, rather than the housing being first. It was usually, we thought it would be the other way around. That had been the plan, but that's where that sits.
I have no doubt you'll help make that happen.
We'll hope.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Patty?
First, Rose, I think you do an amazing job, and I look forward to this presentation every year because it gives me the
thank
rundown
you.
on everything that's happening. And I know we've had offline talks about everything, and I'm always excited to see what Farmington's doing. And I very much appreciate your comment about responsible development, because the businesses support the tax base, but people don't want to live with businesses. So I think you do an excellent job. The only question I have about the budget is on page 15, the Metro Hartford.
Yes.
What I noticed, it's not in the budget. What benefits did we have from it? Why aren't we moving forward? Like, what's the?
Well, that was a hard decision that we made, you know, with the Economic Development Commission. The Metro Hartford Alliance had been, for a very long time, the Regional Economic Development Agency. And they did a lot of out-of-state attraction and retention, and they really offered economic development services for the whole Hartford region. And so it was always important for Farmington to be part of that, especially since we want to be the leaders in the Hartford region. Then when COVID hit, you can imagine things changed rapidly, and a lot of what their focus seemed to go was from doing regional economic development efforts to really focusing in on Hartford and also being like the Hartford Chamber of Commerce, which there is benefit to Farmington. When Hartford does well, we also do well. But it became to the point that the organization itself really started to change. And we started asking ourselves, what are we getting from this money that we pay in every year? It was starting to stray more and more and more away from economic development. And we were realizing that we weren't really getting any bang, forget about bang for your buck, we weren't getting really much of anything. And so we did invite the executive director to come to our Economic Development Commission and kind of address this. We had invited him the year before and he came. And I could tell he kind of struggled a little bit saying, how are we benefiting, concretely? We really couldn't come up with that. And so all we could think of was, we invited him again. He did not come. And so we just thought that was very telling. And we thought to ourselves, well, we have this great initiative, the Cultural District. Maybe we take that money and use it very, very much on a local level to see what can we do to help this new initiative get it off the ground. So that's what we decided.
That sounds like a good strategic decision. Thank you for explaining.
Yeah.
Sarah?
I don't have any questions, but I loved your presentation. I really love these materials.
Oh,
They're so
good.
beautiful. Like even these, and you did these all in house. They're gorgeous.
Yeah, well, yes, that's what I was going to say. I give all the credit to Amanda. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, right? And so Amanda just has this vision. And I just have to tell her, I want it to look like this, and then, like, magically, she does it. And I love, like, her use of font. We had done the materials originally back in 2000. We started in 2017. We produced them in 2018. In fact, Brian, I think you were part of that. And
Yep, good times. It
even
was awesome.
The Economic Development Commissioners took the photos, many of them themselves. It was a real, they rolled up their sleeves and they did it. And it was time to update those materials. And Amanda just took it and, I supplied a lot of the data. She looked for it also. She rewrote it. She put in all those pictures. So she did a beautiful job.
And you built on the branding.
Yeah, we
Nice
kind of
job.
kept on the branding, we kept the colors because, we didn't want to throw away all that great work we had done. They just needed to be freshened up a bit.
It looks beautiful.
Thank you, I'm going to tell her. It was all her.
Yeah.
Kate?
I'll just say anecdotally, like with the housing market, it's amazing how much interest there still is in Farmington. And even on my street, a house went on the market within a day. They'd had like 10 offers. We saw so many cars coming up and it sold for far, far over asking price. So it really is a testament to what's going on in Farmington.
Yeah.
People really want to be here.
Right, and it's unbelievable because before COVID, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, our housing market was very stagnant. And there were lots of people who live in Devonwood who would call me up angry. They're like, why isn't my house selling? And it has totally turned around and between the low inventory and the hot market, I feel bad. Someone like Amanda, who we love so much, she's like, I can't find another house because she's outgrowing because she had a baby.
Yeah.
So that, it's important to be able to offer, more options. That's one of it.
Keith?
I have nothing to add. Rose, the only person with a higher approval rating than you is Nash, and it's not even a person. So. Really good presentation.
Why, thank you.
Nothing.
That was a compliment.
Yeah, it was meant to be a compliment, I swear.
I love Nash.
Yeah.
So I think,
See, even amongst you.
yeah, I love Nash.
No questions. Excellent work as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rose, excellent work. I would just echo your comments. I think we've taken the opportunity like TPZ and kind of looked for opportunity. I think you're always looking out for opportunity. I think that's really what's rounded out Farmington.
I
And I mean,
so,
I think,
too.
like you talk about the redevelopment, the repurposing of things. And I think, you know, we're strategically located. We have a lot of just pluses in the plus column. And now it's taking advantage of all those other things.
Right.
In leveraging what we need to do to make that happen. And I think we're on a good course. I think you're a big part of that, and I would thank you for it.
Oh, my pleasure. It's a big partnership. You know, economic development cannot succeed alone, and planning can't. It really has to be a partnership, and we all get along really well. And I think it's a good relationship. So we have a lot of fun, and we make things happen.
Right.
Excellent. And a little shout out to Sarah May.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really came out great.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
She did a great job. So can we get a TA on pages 14 and 15, please?
Make a motion for a tentative approval on pages 14 and 15.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Question, on page 16, the regional associations, is that part of it? I'm just curious.
Which one?
You said 14 and 15,
We're at 14 and
right?
15,
Oh.
Brad.
14 and 15, you
Yes.
said. And 16 is the regional associations. Is that your thing, or?
We haven't gotten to
We
that
haven't-
one.
Okay, sorry, I thought that was your
No
thing.
problem.
I was thinking, I don't think that's mine.
Thank you, Rose.
Thank you.
Next, we have community service. I think Nancy's here between pages 56 and 66.
What is it again?
Community service.
Pages what?
56.
The yellow tab.
Hi, Nance.
Everybody's talking. 66, that's what she was saying.
56, 66.
Yeah. I was just getting the 6 part, couldn't hear the 66. Hi, Nancy, how are you?
Very good. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
So this group of accounts includes community service, housing, as well as recreation services, a new account for the administration of recreation services. This budget includes full-year funding for a recreation director in accordance with the town's strategic plan. Last year, this position was only funded for half a year. The total request for community recreation services is a decrease of 15.93% from the current budget. I don't know if you have any specific questions.
Stand by.
We did make some movement of some of the items that was in Nancy's original budget into Jesse, who's here, into the recreation budget. So that's where some of those decreases are, just so you know.
All right, we'll open it up. Sarah, anything?
I don't have any questions.
I know it's a lot of pages to cover. We can always come back if you find something. Patty, you have anything off the top?
I do. I think some of my questions are going to be addressed by what Kathy just said, moving from community services to recreation, but I want to confirm. So page 56, the full-time, the department request was 221, and what we have is 177. So that's like about a $45,000 difference. Just, is that a transfer? Or
And what page was that, Pat?
sorry,
I'm
56?
Joe, yeah, Joe, do you have that?
Yeah, you notice the department did not request a part-timer. They requested that a part-timer be moved to full-time,
Okay.
and we put it back to part-time.
Okay.
And then,
That's in the community service section, not recreation.
and then, just what page, Kat, just so I have it? Just to make note on 63.
This is where the half-year salary for the recreation director was budgeted last year. That
Okay.
account is basically zeroed out, and a new recreation account with just
Okay.
recreation expenses has been added.
In general, because I think, Nancy, you and I have had just conversations about staffing in general. Do you feel like this budget is like providing for the staffing needs? Or are there things that we need to be considering moving forward that, in terms of community services and additional staffing needs or additional people or?
I mean, we continue to grow and needs continue to grow in population, so it's something we're going to want to keep our eye on for the next couple of years.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, I mean, to be fair, Nancy and I talked about it a little bit. I mean, it's a tight budget, and it would be something if we were, you have to kind of draw a line somewhere, and, Nancy, the needs are there. And Nancy and her staff do a great job of trying to do the best with what they have, but, there's some pressure points definitely in the social service department and things like that, but we try to do our best, but like Nancy said, it is probably something that, if it was a little bit less of a tight budget year, that we would probably be looking to make some increases maybe in some staffing and some different things for her, maybe in a part-time capacity or something like that, but I think it should be noted that, if you ask Nancy if I wasn't sitting here, she'd probably have something else to say, so I'm trying to circumvent that.
I'm sure your role changes a little bit anyways with not having to watch over recreation anymore, so you can
Yes,
now put
And just some of
100%.
those things in the administration are just growing, like the fair rent
Mhm.
and, a lot of those issues. And that was the reason for my request and recognizing that it's a tight budget, but it's something I'd like to, keep the conversation going with Kathy over the years.
Right. And I think one of the things that Nancy and I have not had a lot of time, we're going to try to address it, I think, in the upcoming goals and objectives for Nancy is that, with not having recreation and social services and stuff, what she's looking for and what we can do and what are the big priorities and look at some different things that maybe she wasn't able to do before because of recreation and what is the top things and some different things to evaluate everything. And I'll be looking for her input. We haven't really had that conversation yet, and it'll be interesting to see. And there's things I know Nancy has an interest in, and things that, like you said, are growing quite a
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
those types of things.
Patty, you have more? I know you said you had several.
Several. I don't think I said several.
Yours?
What was the highest page number that we were going? What was this through?
We are 56 to 66.
Okay, so on page 64, it's the Mountain Road buildings.
Yep.
I noticed in terms of what types of building repairs and maintenance need to be done? Like,
Is that the one we're going to do, the front porch?
Yeah, the second front porch.
The second front porch?
Okay.
Yeah.
But in general, so is this repair and maintenance to keep up? I assume we're meeting code.
Yeah.
They're just old buildings.
Things.
Okay.
Yeah.
People live there and sometimes not always take as care of it as we'd want them to, so just the upkeep for things.
Okay. And just, I guess a point of question. It only went down, actually, no, I was looking at it wrong. Never mind, ignore my question. I was comparing the wrong two numbers. And a few years ago, I know there was 5 years ago now, we're talking about Stonehouse and repairs and things that needed to be happened, and this is 65 for Stonehouse. I'm just curious, were those repairs done? Is there ongoing needs at Stonehouse?
Well, Stonehouse, it's interesting. So we made some significant improvements to the outside of the Stonehouse, and now there's apartments on the top, and then recreation was on the bottom. So I think, was it because of the flood? What happened now?
Yeah, that we ended up getting some work done by an insurance.
An
claim.
insurance claim. And so what's happening now at the Stonehouse, and we'll be evaluating it, is the upstairs is vacant, and we're leaving it vacant. Downstairs temporarily, recreation, Jessie and her staff are moved back in, kind of bare bones, until they can move into the 1928 new town hall. And then between Jessie and the staff and everyone, we're going to look to see what we want to do with that building. The outside still needs to be done, but it's we've done some progress on it. But now with that whole complex out there, we want to look at it and see if there's any innovative things that we want to do, and some different things. It has a great outside porch on it and things of that nature. So we're making progress, and right now it's temporarily being used as office space.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else.
Brian?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I got a question on elderly services. I'm kind of curious to hear a little bit more about the growth of need for elderly services in town.
And what page is that, Brian?
That is page 60, and it's not a budget question per se, but I'm curious to know about how the need for outreach to seniors has grown in
I
town.
mean, it's definitely a huge need in town. Not just seniors, but folks that are disabled or, just need some extra help. And it's a balance. The senior center is one of the only places in town that does a 45-year age span. The needs of the 55, which I'm actually eligible, 55 up to 100 or 105, the needs that they're looking for are so great and so different. So it's trying to keep up with all that based on what their mental health needs are, wellness, and, what a 55-year-old is interested in is going to be far different than what a 95-year-old is different in. So just the growth in the needs for all those, whether you're providing it in a building or you're going in their home, is just significantly different.
Yeah, there is a lot of need.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious because we've also heard from Hope, who has come to us. How do you work with Hope, and is there a difference in how you guys reach out to people, or do you work together, and do they help you guys do stuff, or how does that?
We absolutely work together. They are a nonprofit programmatic agency that provides Meals on Wheels and a loan closet.
Okay.
I look at us as kind of the focal point that has the first interaction with the folks. And then it's one of the referral sources that we may make among many. Someone may need home care, they may need our dial-a-ride transportation, they may need Meals on Wheels. So we're kind of the case managers, and we have licensed counselors that kind of would go out, do the assessments, and then determine what services. And Hope Partners is one of our first to referrals at all times.
Awesome. I didn't know exactly how that
Yeah.
worked, so I was
And
kind
then
of
mental health
curious.
services. I mean, I could go on forever of all the services that we set people up. It's a
Yeah.
whole patchwork of care.
Thank you for doing that. It's a huge need.
It is. Thank you.
Keith?
I have no questions, but Nancy, you deserve a lot of credit. You have a very hard job. I only sat through one housing fair rent hearing so far, and you deal with that level of mediation,
Yes.
which is part mediator, part therapist, and all these other things that you have to juggle. It's really an incredible job you have. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amy?
I have no questions.
Dave?
Yeah, I would just echo, Keith's comment. You do a great job, and it's a tough arena to be in. To keep those services at a high level. But I do have a couple questions. One would be on the elderly services, page 60. My curious, what I want to know is, I know we get a grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Aging Cluster Grant, for $16,372. And I'm curious, how does that find its way maybe here? Do those dollars arrive here to do something in this area?
NCAAA, okay. I just didn't know exactly. We call it something different, so
Okay.
just clarify.
Oh, that's fine. I mean,
So our NCAAA grant, which is where that comes from, it's the Title III, is what fuels our wellness services. And every couple of years, we've changed it. As I said, it's a huge age span that we're working with. So right now, our grant is working with our wellness center or our exercise room, if you've seen it.
Right.
It helps pay for our trainer, Brian, who's a rock star, who's wonderful with the seniors doing fall prevention, beat PT. We do boxing for folks with Parkinson's and all of that. So that's where the 16th, that goes to all towards wellness programs. It's due tomorrow at 5 o'clock, and I'm 98% done for the next grant, which we're going to include, because you can do 5 years for a
Right.
specific thing, but we're also going to start some more mental health, which is just, post-COVID, outside of youth having mental health, there's seniors who are like, you're never going to stop me from going out into public again. So the anxiety is high, and we want to start some mental health. So our new grant, and I'm hoping to get a little bit more than the funds that we've gotten in the past few years. It's a pretty extensive grant.
Great.
To be able to address not just the wellness, but the mental health as well.
right, and that was kind of my question, right? My question was, because now we've split off recreation from you, I'm hoping those are the opportunities too that present themselves, right? That you're able to focus on these things and widen those programs or those grant opportunities for that. Obviously, the backdrop of what we have going on in the United States at the highest levels with funding, we'll have to see how that plays out. But I'm glad to hear how that specifically rolls into what we do now and the fact that you're expanding.
Yeah, and the senior center is just it's a place, obviously, we have recreational facilities.
Right.
But I take great pride in the fact that we are one of 13 in the state that are recognized for providing a full range of services. And yes, people come for certain activities, and that's absolutely wonderful, but also there's the whole wellness, mental health, beating loneliness, discussions, all of that happens. People can get Medicare help, they can learn where to get in-home care, they can get transportation, as well as, play a game of chess.
Right. And we know that these things are just growing and growing and growing, so as we can adapt to that and expand to that, that's obviously in our favor. Great.
And that's obviously the population that
Yep.
I love. One.
Yep. The other question I had was on page 58, and I was just curious on 58. The youth coordinator salary is supplemented through funding from a youth service grant. Is that, again, the youth service grant, is that just something that kind of you apply for every year or in a 5-year period? And is it backstopped, or is it like, would that fall off at some point?
Now, we've actually received the Youth Service Bureau grant
Yep.
for 38 years, I think.
Oh, okay.
For quite some time. And it's based on our demographics of our community. So it's a set amount. They tell us, you qualify for this amount. We then apply for additional grants to run things like our juvenile review board, our at-risk teen counseling groups, our education, which are covered through other areas within the YSB, the Youth Service Bureau arena. So we have some part-time staff that works in that arena as well.
Right. Because a lot of those services are grant-driven, or at least backstopped grant-driven. So it's glad, you've clarified that, and I thank you. Those are my 2 questions.
Excellent. Is that it from anybody else? Nancy, thank you so much. You do a great job as you.
Oh, no, Staples House. We just have
Oh.
one more. What page is that?
What page is that? You want us to do a TA for these
Yeah, why don't you do
56 to
that?
66 first?
Yeah, that would be great.
All right.
Make a motion for a tentative approval for pages 56 through 66.
Second?
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And now you said page 22?
Page 22, that's the red house here on campus, the Staples House. This is where Nancy is housed, and just really general repair and utility accounts have been adjusted for usage and rates. One of the things that we're going to start looking at is, Nancy and her staff are going to be moving out of the Staples House and into this town hall, the town hall annex. So what we're going to do with the Staples House, it's a nice building, but it's hard to maintain. It has a big steep staircase. There's a lot of things that go along with it. So that will be something that we're going to try to figure out what the use is going to be of that building. But Nancy is going to be moving in here.
Any questions? Anybody to my left?
Nope.
To the right? All right, can I get a TA on page 22, please?
Make a motion for a tentative approval for page 22.
Second?
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now I can say thank you, Nancy.
Thank you very much.
I hope you have a great time and get that 2% done.
I think we have Jesse and Jeff here. And what pages are we on, Kat?
So there's one recreation services page on page 67, and then we'll probably do the rec one.
Okay, so page 67. Hi, Jesse. Hi, Jeff.
I feel like I'm at Keith's restaurant going through his menu.
We have tight menu. We're not the Cheesecake Factory. We keep it one page.
Everyone has met Jessie, our new rec director, who I said before has hit the ground running for us. So we're very excited about that. Her and the team are gonna be coming to the April meeting. We did hire a new golf pro. We have our new recreation director. We have the Carol's lunchbox. And we've been doing some significant improvements over at the Westwoods Golf Course. We're going to have a meet to greet with the new golf pro. When is that going to be?
March 19th from 2:30 to 4:30 over at the senior center.
And Jesse has been doing a facelift to the Westwoods Clubhouse. And if you go over there, you would be amazed. There's painting, just a cleaning, new chairs, they're putting a new patio on, so lots of different things, which is really great. And the golf pros there, it's a hub of activity. It's very cool. It's a hub of activity. So thank you, Jesse. You've really have hit the ground running for us, Jeff, everyone. So page 67 is the recreation services. This is basically now Jesse's department, and this account now is showing her full-time salary and other things in it. So it's now, last year we budgeted for half a year, and now it's a full year of a position.
Excellent. Any questions on page 67? Brian?
Nothing here.
Patty?
My only question is because a lot of this is moved over from the community service, what was the combined, so we don't have a lot of past year numbers. Kathy, can you is most of this?
This is, what
is
this
there any-
actually is just a salary, and then I think it's showing the building and repair of the stone house, correct?
This is 1 year operation of the
Stone house.
Okay.
So
Which is,
everything basically is, I don't want to say new, if you went back maybe, what, 5 years?
Yeah.
6 years?
probably even longer than that, but yeah.
At one point, recreation was at the stone house, then they moved out, and now they're back there temporarily for the next year. So that's what we anticipate the expenses will be for that office for next year only.
Okay.
With the exception of obviously the salary, that will be there continuously, hopefully, and the communication.
No pressure, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a positive
Is the ink
comment.
dry on the contract?
The communications, that's the telephone, and that's always been there. Actually, if you look at Nancy's budget, you'll see that. That's the dedicated lines for recreation.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions for page 67?
Sorry.
That's a compliment, so you should be happy. Can I get a TA for page 67, please?
Make a motion for a tentative approval for page 67.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
The next item is the rec fund, the red in the back of the book. And this is our recreation fund, which is not funded through the operating budget. If you look at that first page of the recreation fund, you can see that we have the revenues of total revenues of $1,338,680, and you have the appropriations of $1,338,680. So it's a match. It's the different programs. It's the sports and physical fitness, the cultural and creative, the social programs, the bus trips, and then the contractual services. We have something, inclusion services, the camps, and the administration of the rec department. And so this is all, the revenues come in and the appropriations go out. We look to balance it. This is something now, Jesse's brand new here and been working with Jeff, and we're going to be looking to see, it looks, not any significant changes, but different programming and different things as we go along.
So I have a quick question. I don't know.
Go ahead, Dave.
I didn't know if you were going to dedicate to start.
You can start. Go ahead. Yeah,
Okay.
let's give everybody a chance to look at all the pages. 'Cause
Okay.
We're going to 82,
So,
correct?
so the question I had on this, when I saw this a couple days ago, was, and again, I'm not, this isn't a criticism at all. It's just, I'm just curious now. On the revenue side, where we're at the 7-month actual and we're at $524,491, and what the revised budget was, and then you go through the 7-month actual on appropriations, but those don't seem to be lining up right now. And so I'm just curious for two questions. One being, because of economic reasons or programming, I'm not saying programming in Farmington, but programming maybe even in other towns or whatever, are we taking a hit?
I think I'll let Joe answer, but I think the answer, and Joe, maybe you can correct me too, I think a lot of it with this recreation budget and how it is, it's the timing of fees when we collect things and the different times of the year of how it goes. And so it's almost sometimes you're in 2 years' budget, and so I think that's the reason why it goes like that, and either Jeff or Joe.
I see a lot of head shaking, so
Yeah.
that must be it.
Joe, do you wanna?
Yeah, I won't correct Kathy. It's,
I'm probably wrong.
no, it is, it's the timing of the revenue and the timing of the expenditures. This is kind of an awkward budget because you take in a lot of the revenue January, February, March, but you do a lot of the programs and the expenses occur June, end of June, to the majority of July and August. So you'll see, like, if you were to get a report as of February, you'll see that the revenue number changed pretty significantly. A lot of the programs were both with registration in February, a lot of them.
If anybody has
Jeff-
kids, you know with camp,
Yeah.
we open registrations
Right.
February and March. So our major jump in revenue happens after this. So you'll see over 300,000 in camp revenue and different things come in that point, so.
Yeah, if we reviewed this in October, we'd be in the negative.
Right.
The majority of the revenues will come in, like Joe said, probably starting January, February, March, but the expenses will happen at the end of this current year and the start of the next fiscal year.
Got it.
In a perfect accounting world, this is not, we would actually defer a lot of that revenue. We would defer a lot of the revenue, so this will look a lot different. It's, and I can show you an example of that when we get to the golf course. But, technically, a lot of the revenue that they take in now, we shouldn't even be counting this year, we should count it for next year.
Yeah, that's kind of where that's kind of what I was thinking about, that,
Yeah, a good example of that was when we opened summer camp registration, that will fill in one day.
Yeah.
It's probably, January 26th or
Right.
whatever date it might have been.
Right.
Those expenses, only 2 weeks of those expenses happen in this budget.
Right, in this
The
budget
other
year.
5 weeks of expenses happen in the next budget year.
got it. Yeah, okay.
Amy, are you all set, Dave?
Yeah, that was my question.
Amy?
I'm good. I don't have any questions.
Keith?
I don't have any questions.
Sarah?
My only question is, I know you're brand new, so this may be something you can't really answer, but just having started in the position and looking to the future, is there anything, that you have some goals about, maybe of having, generating more revenue, ways to do that in the future and grow some of the activities, or?
Yeah, I'm evaluating everything. Part of it comes down to space and logistics of what's available to us based on operating out of the schools and where we are. With the 1928 building coming on board, we'll have more opportunity to expand and grow, but when you're in borrowed space, you're definitely limited on how much you can expand. So we're evaluating all of that and where we can continue to grow revenue, obviously, and then also with the golf course as well, so.
Yeah, one of the things, and again, it's not being critical of past, but it's just having kind of a fresh eyes, and we got the grant funding for the golf course and things, and Jesse and Jeff and everyone were talking, and it's simple, but just even at the patio, when the patio's done, getting some Adirondack chairs in the back, getting some bean bags, doing some, or cornhole or something, kind of making it a destination. And then anyone maybe that if they're over at playing pickleball or doing the splash park, you can sit outside, but also have that more atmosphere where people are able to play bags and there's a lot of space. And Jeff mentions that the sunset's there and some different things. So I think there's some different, there's quite a bit of opportunities. And just one of the things that we had talked about, and what is it? Did you call it like a monitor when they go into the, like on the weekends and stuff? What did you say to me? Like for trash and the park ranger.
Oh, the park ranger, yeah.
It just like the only reason why I mention it is because one of the things is that, again, it's quality of life, and on the weekends when the garbage is filled and there's different things, and you had mentioned something.
Yeah, so in my former town, we had a park ranger who would go, or a monitor, who would go around to the parks and just check on things, check the permits to make sure that the quality is up to a certain standard. So we'll be evaluating all of those things. One of the things that I discussed in my interview, and one of my goals would be to do a community survey regarding recreation and what the community wants and needs, and then go from there to evaluate. So you'll probably see that as stakeholders coming from our department looking for your input on where we're going, but then also out to the general public. So that'll probably be my first 2 months are kind of information gathering to make sure that I'm following the direction of where Farmington wants to take this as well. I can come in with a vision and know what I know from outside, but I really want to meet the needs of the community first and foremost.
Right, yeah.
Thank you.
Patty?
I think this question's for Joe. We didn't, in the last year's budget, didn't account for a fund balance appropriation, but the estimated 12-month for 24-25 does have a fund balance appropriation?
That's the contribution, you may recall in the capital budget, we put $125,000 for some improvements to the, I think those were Tungus Mead improvements. And actually did not show that in the revised, should have showed that in the revised, did not show that in the revised.
Okay.
So I just captured it in the, it's gonna actually, it already occurred, it's gonna be
Okay.
there, so.
Okay, thank you, that was it.
One of the things that we do, and again, it's depending on how we break even, but we do try to have a fund balance, and then some of the money that we have goes to some of the improvements at Tungus Mead and different things back into the system and things like that. So that's what the rec fund.
And Jeff is doing, it started prior to me, so I can't take any credit for it, but Jeff had really done some great improvements down at Tungus Mead that you'll see this season
Great.
at the concession stands, and then over at the bathrooms. A little later in the spring season, you'll see those, but that was funded through this.
Okay.
Brian?
A question on the worksheet on the senior programs. I'm just wondering, since there's nothing there requested, nothing in the budget, it's on, that first sheet.
Yeah, that was actually one of Nancy's programs. That's the paper, the fee-based programs that the senior center runs.
Okay, I was wondering that. I
The
just,
money, accounting-wise, the money was being put in here, the expenses were being paid out of here. Since the separation, we took that out.
okay, yeah, I didn't see it, and I'm sure I just missed it, but
Yeah.
it's in there
not
somewhere.
It's not in this budget at all.
Oh, okay.
Budget now.
It's not gone, it's just all.
It's not gone, it's still there, they still collect the fees, they still run the programs. It's just now going to be part of a different fund. It's not going to be part of the recreation fund.
Oh, okay. And I see under social programs, under appropriations, there was a request for $2,200, and I saw it there,
That was also one of Nancy's.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sure, can I have one follow-up?
Certainly.
Indulge me. Are there any other programs that we're offering to youth that sell out? Like, I mean, I know that there are, but could you tell me what those are?
Yeah.
Well, listen, I will say thank you to you and Ryan, because I sign up late every time, and I have to come begging, but yeah.
I'll defer to Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now, like, we have wait lists for our soccer program, wait
Soccer.
lists for our tennis program, wait lists for flag football, wait lists for, we have wait lists based on
Pickleball.
our
Camp.
projections.
Yeah.
And then we will try to accept as many as we possibly can in the program, but again, we're just limited on space.
Okay, and I was going to ask, is the limitation space, or is it coaches?
Space.
Space, okay.
I will find coaches.
Yeah.
if I have space.
Good. Okay, thank
I will
you.
call you.
I volunteered for second grade flag.
In the past, so.
No, I told,
Retired.
I said second grade flag. I said I would jump on again. So
I never coached flag, I coached basketball.
Hey, if he's always late for signing up, to make him a coach. That's
no,
he'll
I was
never
on
be
time
late.
for that one. I was
Yeah, okay.
right on it.
Any other questions? All right, can I get a
So
TA?
just on that, because of
Go ahead.
space, and I don't know how this happens on the other side of like TPZ, but, Camp Current did come in and they want to expand what they can offer. And one of it is the playing fields that they have. They have a playing field in the back. And that did come up in their presentation at TPZ, which TPZ granted them that. So they were looking to partner, with municipalities, primarily right here in Farmington. So if space is one of those things, there might be an opportunity there.
Nice.
So
Make a motion for a tentative approval for pages 74 through 82.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
The next one is the Westwoods Fund, the blue at the very bottom, back of the book. And again, on the front page, you can see the revenues and the appropriations. It's the green fees, the season tickets, the rentals, the driving range, the lease, and then the interest, and then the appropriations, the clubhouse, restaurant, practice range, golf cart rentals. And so we have the 823,378 as the revenues, and the match 828,378 for the revenues. So again, a lot of stuff going on at the golf course. Just to with the new Golf Pro. We're updating a few things with the computer systems and things of that nature, the restaurant. I do feel like out of a lot of, when you talk about growth and where you have the space, I feel like that facility right there is an opportunity for growth, and we do have the space, and we do, I think out of a lot of the programs with recreation, this I feel right now is like our biggest opportunity, and that's where I've asked Jesse and Jeff to spend their time. And I think with Carol's Lunchbox coming in and some different things like that, I think it's a known quantity that it would be great that she would bring not just golf people that are going there, but other people, more of a destination. New signage. Jesse's been working on some new signage, and when you come in and having not maybe exactly the same, but like here, when you come into this campus now, you see like you come up and there's a town hall this way, there's the library this way. Same thing that's going to be down at Westwoods. You're going to have a splash park. You're going to have pickleball. You're going to have the driving range. Some kind of signage that people know that there's the driving range there, that there's a splash park there, that there's a restaurant there, Carol's Lunchbox, and things of that nature. So I think, and Jesse had mentioned today in our staff meeting that there's some new leaks coming in because of, you can explain that.
Oh, yeah, so I think Blue Fox Run is becoming privatized. I don't want
Yeah.
to speak out of turn,
I think
but
it
there
is.
have been a few leagues that have reached out that are looking to join Westwoods, which is fabulous. So we've gained some new interest that way. And then we are trying to operate a little bit more like a business in that sense and market ourselves as such. So we're working on developing a new website. Unfortunately, it's going to take about 2 months for it to actually launch, so it'll be like a June start. But Brian Rush has been instrumental in trying to get that up for us. So we're working with the vendor, which is actually already our software vendor, to launch a really clean website that will link directly from the towns, but allow us to do some of those online tea times and keep up with modern amenities. Still catering to our seniors who don't like those and leaving some of those tea times open, but really trying to operate and present ourselves as a business and a nice place for people to go, and looking at evaluating how the course is set up. We've met with JP to look at what we can do next year and where we can continue to make improvements based off what we make for revenue. So we're really hoping that this is a great year for us, and fingers crossed, no rain.
Right.
Or the right amount of rain, I should say.
Yeah, the right amount. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity, and the timing just between the retirements and different things that have happened, and with the splash park being built and the pickleball courts, it's really the facility. And we were talking a little bit about the Stone House there, kind of Jesse and the group kind of thinking about that, what you really want to do with that. It's a beautiful building, and some different things that possibly incorporating that into this, it's in the complex, but what the need would be and what we could do there. So, we're trying, I said to Jesse, it's government, we don't move that fast, obviously, but, when you really see like the progress that's going on and kind of having like a couple of year plan and just start chipping away on some of the different things.
Any questions? Brian?
Just a small one, and I think I know the answer already, but communications, the restaurant has a small budget for internet. Do they not share internet, or do you just break it out by entity, the portion of telecommunications for internet?
It's split out between the clubhouse and the restaurant.
Oh, that's what I figured. I just figured I'd ask. Because they're right there.
Yeah, I think too, part of it is the golf course the clubhouse is part of our network, and we want the restaurant to be on their own internet just
Oh,
for
okay.
security reasons as well.
Oh, all right. Thanks.
Patty?
I don't have any questions, but I like your plan for the future, Jesse. It sounds great. When I was on town council a little while ago, like in 2017, 2018, the numbers for the golf course were not as strong, and it's nice to see it's really growing. And as someone who doesn't golf but has been there for the sunset, I totally would appreciate having, Adirondack chairs and whatever. It sounds great.
Yeah.
Rental from Carol's, and yeah.
Yep.
Should be a fabulous place for
Yep.
families and everyone.
Sarah?
I don't have any questions.
Keith?
Thank you.
I was just going to say, I like, saying what Patty said, I love the plan, and the one thing I wanted to highlight that you said, because I think it's worth restating, is that you're going to be changing, improving the services while working with the seniors who are very accustomed to the way Westwoods has been for a long time, and, are necessarily, sometimes when things change, it's not their
hard.
favorite.
Sometimes it's hard.
Yeah, it's
So,
hard. There's gonna
yeah.
be people parking in different places. There's gonna be different chairs. There's gonna be pickleball courts and splash pits. So it's gonna be for people that are used to it just being their little quiet corner. It will be different, but I do think it will be better. So doing it.
And communication and just getting it out there and some different things. And being, like you said, really still understanding the clientele and the seniors and the different things that go on. That's an important.
Because they have been the people that have supported the course.
Yeah.
38,
Yeah.
40 years, you know, they've all been there for a long time.
Yeah.
We want to make sure it still feels like home for them as well.
Yeah, so that's great. Thank you.
Amy.
Sounds great. Thank you. I have no questions, though.
Yeah, I would just say, yeah, I kind of jumped in numbers before, but I would say, welcome, Jesse. You're hitting the ground running. You got great ideas, and I think working with Jeff and the institutional knowledge there, I think is great. And as you leverage your new ideas, whether it be the website, bringing it up to speed, and I think computerized tea times is a big deal. But like you said, it's a balance between how people have been accustomed to it over the years to some new things. But, you know, and hearing that leagues are already migrating up to here, it's a work in progress. But I think I think the energy's right there from the start.
And I should credit our new pro as well. I can't take
Yeah.
sole credit.
Well, I'm going to be there that day. I want to meet him over
Yeah,
at the community
he's
center.
been
on the
fabulous. He's
19th.
been down there all week working, and he's been integral in the website talk conversations and tea times, and also, like I said, accommodating the seniors. So it really has been a team effort, and
Mhm.
I appreciate the warm welcome I've gotten in Farmington.
Yeah.
Everyone been super supportive, so thank you.
Great.
I think it's kind of cool, though, one of the things at your level, at the council level, is that, you know, a lot of towns don't have like the strategic plans that we do that have been going on and on and on. And one of the things is that you really see the result of a strategic plan when you say you're going to invest and you want to do something different with the recreation, and it becomes a top priority. And then when it becomes a top priority, because that's what your goal is, then we are applying for grants, and we got the grants for the Westwoods because that's where we should be applying for the grants. And then we get a director, and you have the splash park, and you have the pickleball. And the goal was to start after COVID, and you saw the need for recreation about what's going on, and then it's backed out through the strategic plan. So I think as a government lesson, it's like a neat thing to show how that works and the product of it. So I think it's very cool. And thank you, Jesse. You're doing it, and Jeff, great job.
My pleasure.
Excellent.
Very good.
Thank you, Jesse. Can I get a TA on pages 83 through 86?
Make a motion for temporary, tentative approval for pages 83 through 86.
I didn't even catch it this time.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion?
See if we're awake over here.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Welcome back, 7:04. Kathy.
Okay, so let me just kind of run through where we are. We're going to do general administration, which is the last section of the budget, and benefits, and then we're going to hit debt service and non-tax revenues. So we're making good progress. The general administration, the budget pages are pages 1 through 26. And I'll take some time to go through some of these. Most of it was in my narrative, but I'll just talk a little bit about it. Obviously, and we've talked throughout the day on just contractual obligations and overall personnel costs have increased. Our contracts have increased, to recruit people have increased. So that is something that we're dealing with. You met with the registrars of voters. There's been some increase because of the early voting mandates. Our townwide contractual services accounts have increased significant. Building repair and maintenance contracts have increased 23.20%. You know, all our contracts with the computers and all of that, everything, as you all know, it's expensive. Everything is very high. Utilities have increased significantly through the budget. I think in my presentation, I think townwide or without the board is about 9%, but electricity on its own has gone 23.5%, and communication, internet, and telephone has increased 19%. And also what's driving the increase here is that this budget funds to operate and maintain the new town hall, the 1928 building, for 4 months. It should be noted that next year, we're going to have both this building and that building. So we have that. So those are what I think is driving the increase. You had asked me during one of the meetings to talk about what is not in it, and that's what I did on the presentation, and what I think is important to mention again. We put in for a part-time custodian for the new town hall, the town hall annex, this building, and the town hall does the Staples House. We have one custodian. We asked for $11,500 to get a part-time because it's only going to be for 4 months in the next fiscal year. I'm not sure how we would be able to do it without another someone else to help us clean the building. So I think that's an important item. It is a new service, that's why I kept it out. Hope Partners, as former services for the elderly, requested $10,000 above their current funding. The additional $10,000 was not funded, and it's above their current service levels. That's why I put it in. Services for the elderly are Hope. I have a hard time remembering that they're Hope, but they, they're like an extension of services that we would probably be offering if we didn't have them. And I think they do it, I think that's they're a great organization, and the $10,000 does not seem like an unreasonable request to help them out. And so I thought that was important to note that. Interville House requested $5,000. We don't currently fund Interville House. Back in the day, we did. I know we had Interville House come to the town and give a presentation, and it seems like, unfortunately, there is quite a few Farmington residents and things that use that service, a lot of it for domestic violence and some other things. So they did request $5,000, and if that's something that the council was interested in, I just wanted to make note that they did have a request for that, and it does seem like it would benefit the Farmington residents, which is important. The ad hoc sidewalk committee survey and marketing materials was $35,000 and was not included in this budget. This one, it's a goal, so, it's a difficult one to say, but I think in some ways, we talked maybe a little offline last night, is that we're doing there's a lot of backup information that has to be done for the sidewalk committee, and potentially, if we wanted to push the survey off until we see what some of that backup information comes out as, or if you'd like to fund it. It is part of our goals and objectives. I do think it's important, and I still stand by that until we know really what people want for the sidewalks, it's hard to spend a lot of money doing a lot to it. But if we wanted to kind of phase it I think the most of the stuff that comes out about the sidewalks and the request are new sidewalks, which is a whole different topic than repairing sidewalks. And I don't think we need a survey to learn about what we're going to do about repairing sidewalks. Because if you ask any single person, they're going to say they don't want to repair it. They want us to repair it. So again, if you can afford it, $35,000 to do some kind of marketing and explain, maybe we could do some marketing without a survey, which wouldn't be as much, just explaining what the sidewalk ordinance said, put it in an extra newsletter or something, and do something of that nature. Maybe that would be an alternative. The proposed budget request for this group is a 5% increase over the current budget, again, between pages 1 and 26.
Yeah, in general with surveys, when a survey goes out, would your experience say that there's a reasonable expectation from the community that action is taken?
Yes. I think that people get very, very annoyed if you do a survey and the survey comes back and you either don't do what they said or you don't take any action.
Okay. It's just important as we think about that side, because whatever the following action would probably be another expense, or whether it's an expense in just education or we figure out how we're going to do some of these things. So I think, because Brian, on that sidewalk thing, we know that there's a lot of work that has to be done behind the scenes. Our meeting is next Tuesday, so we'll know more about that then. But so I just think it's something to keep in mind, that if that doesn't go in this, it doesn't mean that we're saying it never happens. It just means it's not happening.
Yeah, one way or another, there is some communication that's going to need to happen.
Yeah,
but it's not a survey necessarily.
Right.
And the committee wouldn't be dying either. The committee
Right.
continues this. So anyway.
Never realized how many layers there are going to be to this. You think sidewalks, it's going to be so simple.
Yeah.
And then it's this, it's that. You start peeling it away, and it just reveals itself.
Very complicated, actually.
All right, any questions from pages 1 through 26? Patty?
Oh, really? Well, I can, start with a couple of people that come to me. I think, Kathy, you already raised these with the
the part-time custodian, well, I know you did, the part-time custodian for both buildings. I honestly, I don't do that work, but I honestly can't imagine how you would do this building and another building. And because I assume they're currently very busy as it is, so I don't know how you expand more hours in a day. I feel strongly on both of the organizations that have requested funds. I know from talking to folks at Interval House that they have made larger requests of other municipalities, and some municipalities are funding $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. So I think $5,000 is very reasonable, and I know that they have that they've served, I don't remember now, over 50, but maybe close to 100 Farmington residents, and I think they perform a service that is very, unfortunately, as you know, very much needed. And I'm going to set aside the sidewalk committee because I think that's a larger conversation. But I do have just general question about information technology, IT. I know, and I honestly don't even know what page it is. 7. And mostly my question is just, I know these costs are going up. We heard from Matt Ross yesterday, licensing fees are going up, everything's going up. And in looking at the budget, I also see that, there's increases for full-time staff, as compared to last year. And also, the department made a request for more office equipment and contractual services, I think, and software support. These are all they seem like they're big,
Yeah,
amorphous things.
yeah, so a lot of those things are like Office 365, it's a yearly cost that we have to pay. Our backup services that we outsource to a third party. We also use a company called Arctic Wolf, who you get security awareness training from. Those costs go up every year with those companies. Our antivirus software costs go up every year. As far as the department request for computers, I don't know if you guys know, but Windows 10 is going end of life in October. So we probably have 20 computers at Town Hall and 20 at the police department that will not be supported come October. So we're going to try to get those replaced before that.
And once they're not supported, that also means that there's no security updates.
Right.
There's nothing, it opens up, it opens up a big security concern. And I've heard more stories about municipalities facing cyber attacks, ransomware, things like that. So that's to say.
I think it would be fair to say, and you can say no if I'm wrong. I'm wrong a lot, but the things that we cut out of the computer IT budget are not security-based. We take that as real, and Brian and his staff and everyone, we spend a lot of the money in the budget on that. And but to be fair, out of all of the different accounts and all the different departments, yes, this is in my area, so I'm more I want to support it more, but I would say that the IT budget would be one that if we had a little bit extra money in it, we could help with doing some of the things, but they're not security, but it's just, there's so much. There's always replacing computers, doing this and that. But Brian does a really good job, and we did make some reductions, and I don't think that we made reductions that are going to end, do anything
Right.
damage.
Yeah, we kept all the security stuff in.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna maybe try to see if if we can get some stuff in this year's budget, maybe possibly be able to do something, replace a computer or do something, but it's expensive and it's a tight budget for sure.
I'm sure I'll have other questions, but I'm going to pass while I look through the pages.
Nope, one and done, that's it. Brian?
I actually wanted to follow up on one thing that Patty said about Interval House, because that was one of my concerns, and that is, I believe when we heard their presentation last year, they said we were the only town in the valley that did not support them.
Yeah, I think that could be correct, yeah.
And I was wondering if that was still the case, and I gotta say, that's still.
I don't know, but I do know that a lot of towns support them. I'm not,
Yeah.
you know, and I think, again, to Patty's point, I think some towns support them more. We used to support them. They came, it seemed like a valuable
Yeah.
thing. And again, if, I try to have some kind of overall philosophy when I'm making cuts, and one of the overall philosophies is that if it's a brand-new service or something that hasn't been there before, that's why it wasn't included. So
Right.
I think it's a worthwhile organization, and that's why I made
Sure.
note of it for you all.
Particularly if the town folk are using the
Yeah,
services.
for sure.
And that's why I was asking, about how our senior services engages with Hope.
Yeah.
And it seems like there's not a lot of duplication, but we're really a support service to them.
Yeah, yeah. They're an arm of something that we would probably have to do, and they're able to
Almost
do
like a
it.
contractor.
Yeah, right, yeah. And that's, something, and again, we mentioned that with the stuff with Nancy, with the opioid funding and that group, the CLEAR, and it's like these are services, they're enhanced services that we aren't doing, and they're doing it for us. And
Mhm.
so that's how I think services for the elderly are.
Right. So, that's something that I'm very interested in supporting, those two organizations.
Sure.
Anything else, Brian?
That one answered. Since I'm,
It's a lot of pages. We can come back to you if it's
yeah,
easier.
sure. I'm just making sure that I haven't already asked these
Certainly.
questions.
Sarah.
Some of them we have.
All right. Keith?
No, I mean, I did go through this previously, knowing that all this is, I know everything's under your purview, Kathy, but I know that wanting to be, I think you had an unblemished record of budget targets, and so I know this year was particularly difficult, and I don't see a lot of things that I have questions on. Most of them are either in the notes or I've talked to you offline about it, so I don't have anything on that.
Amy?
No questions.
Dave?
So, just a couple items. One being that, so we're at 3.5% on the town side. And you explained at the last meeting the target and so forth, but getting to the 3% was like just,
We'd have to go to people. And, I mean, again, the reason why I would said that is that you would see a significant reduction in service, to get to 3%. This 3.5, you are just, you're maintaining services, but you're chipping away at it. You're chipping away, between not having Westwood's people, we're trying to keep it away from the public, but you are seeing some different things. And it was the same thing last year, when you have a contractual services and your contracts and stuff, that between steps and things like that, when you used to be at 2.25%, and then a step, which would be about 3%, and now you're talking about 3%, and with the step, you're at 4%, and your majority of your budget as your people, plus the utilities, and then just the cost of all our services. And I think, I probably underestimated of when we did the budget targets the first time, because typically we can run close to 3%. I would say now, we are much closer to typically running at 4% of what it is. And this is, in this section and all the sections, as you can see, there's reductions, and it's really a bare bones budget. That's where we're at.
now on the 3.5% budget with the ad hoc sidewalk committee, where do we stand on that? I mean, I'm not really sure, we're not going to do the survey. The proposal is not to do the survey.
It's not budgeted, yes. Now, again, it's a goal, and I think we want to do it, and so if that's something, we can put in, the $35,000. I do think, though, that if that's something that there is still a lot of back-end work, because we just started the committee, and there's a lot of back-end work, and there's a lot of, kind of communication that we can do that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to do the survey, that maybe you need to do some of that back-end work. And again, we would have it done probably during the year, and then we do the survey. But I don't think we would be doing the survey like July 1st.
Mhm.
We'd be doing it way into the year, because, again, it's a lot of time, just pulling all this stuff together.
Right.
So I think maybe doing some communications in the newsletter, some different things. And also, we're learning a little bit about, when we reviewed just recently, one of the charges is to review other people's sidewalk
Right.
ordinances. And when we reviewed the sidewalk ordinances, I was actually kind of surprised that how we do our sidewalks is how everyone else does their sidewalks in general.
Right.
Like, West Hartford, which is a different community.
Mhm.
But communities like us, all the ordinances are exactly the same. And so really, it's going to be kind of like a financial policy decision and that's where you're going to need the survey eventually to come. And I think where the financial part is going to be is twofold. Are we going to start building sidewalks? And that's
Right.
the question. Are
Right.
we going to start doing that? Are we going to pick and choose potentially where we're going to put them? That could be an option, but that's a financial thing. Does the community want that? And then the other big thing is that how many sidewalks in this community need repair? And we don't have an idea about that. And that's going to be a question, because it says that the homeowner is supposed to repair those sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you have the whole, most of the town having their sidewalks needing repairs, that's a lot different than having maybe 10% where the ordinance says you have to start sending letters and start doing things. I guess all of this, my point is that all of this could probably take place before we have to do the survey.
Got it. Because I guess where I'm driving at this a little bit is that I do think that the part of it is the sidewalk, right? Part of it is like, who's responsible for the sidewalk, the financial piece, I agree, the survey. But the other half, I think, is basically the public safety aspects of some of our corridors. You know what I mean? I mean, you have people that come down Copper Mine Road to get to the bike trail. These things are like,
Yeah.
the connectivity in some of these areas is dubious at best. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just think that part of the sidewalk policy, I think, needs to be a focus on that we want to make these connections safer, more direct, because we don't want to be in a situation where we have an incident and then we're kind of backing into something, you know what I
Right.
mean? So
Yeah.
for me, it's I don't want to call it the delay, because it's not a delay. It's like you said, the back end work that you have to do. But I don't want to lose sight that we need to somehow get to these action points. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least for people to understand that we're thinking about not only the sidewalks in the sidewalks we currently have and the ones we plan, but like if you take the sidewalk we're going to do on Meadow Road, I mean, that's a huge investment. That's the right investment to make that corridor safe.
Right.
You know what I mean? And to connect those neighborhoods over to Judson Lane and the ones that are to the west back to
Yeah.
Judson. I mean, so, and we, as unique of a community as we are when we talk about our economic development, and we're very fortunate in that case,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? To have the things we have in this town. We do have roads that now have traffic counts and speed and so forth that do present unique public safety issues. You know what I mean? And I really,
But, yeah,
in the interim, I'd love to see some signs about speed limits and, you know what I mean? I just think it's a wider discussion, but I think it's a discussion that dovetails to sidewalks.
I think, again, I agree with you 100%. And but I think that what I think hopefully maybe the sidewalk committee is going to do too is come up kind of with a plan. Because if I look at it in stages, because what you've just said is, and this whole thing, like you said, it's huge. There's
Right.
a huge undertaking. But what you need is kind of a plan, because what you've said we have done, but why have we done it? Because there's nothing in writing that says it, but like what we've done. We repaired sidewalks on Main Street because it's Main Street in Farmington. We repaired sidewalks in Unionville. We got grants on both sides because it's the centers. And we're doing that, but there's no plan that told us to do it. But it makes sense. It's good things to do. We did Meadow Road
Right.
because it's a grant and it connects you to a path.
Right.
And that's what you want to do. But there's a whole bunch of other ones. Why did I pick that one over some other one? And, you know, that's why I feel like you have to start and say, okay, well, we have all these sidewalks in town that need to be repaired. That should probably be the first thing that you're gonna tackle, existing sidewalks. So you do that. Then the next thing you have to look at and you say, okay, you get your existing infrastructure in shape or a plan, how you're gonna start repairing it, people or the town. And then you have someone that looks at comprehensively what you just said, Copper Mine Road, this road, that road. And what is our philosophy? Is that we're gonna try to get people to the paths. Because we're not getting people riding down Route 4. We're not doing that. So or walking. So then someone's got to look at it and say, okay, here is the 6 places that we want to get people to the rails to trails system. What is the priority having it? And then you have some kind of document and plan, and you start working in. It's a 15-year plan. It's a 10-year plan, whatever it is. And so that's, I think, comprehensively, we have to look at all that, and that may not be ordinance-driven.
Right.
That's policy-driven. So again, the ordinance may be fine. It's the policies that come along with it and who's making those decisions.
And also, I think there's communicating that.
Yes.
In small bits.
Yes.
Not that we're saying, here's our plan. We're saying, here's what we're looking at. Here are the things that are in place.
Right. Right. And there's priorities. You
know.
have the community, New Horizons, and should that be part of the priority and some of things like that. So I think that, again, goes back to maybe we don't really need a survey, but maybe we need, again, to start chipping away at this, doing this comprehensive plan, which is the back end. I'm calling it the back end.
Right.
I think that was the thing that
Our due diligence.
we sort of uncovered at the first sidewalk meeting.
Yeah.
We sat down and we all went over the charge of the committee and we were like, oh, wow, there's a tremendous amount of information we don't have, but that town staff has offered to get for us
Yeah.
between what percentage of the town has sidewalks, what percent of the town has sidewalks in working order, what percent, what are connected to the trails and
Yeah.
things like
What
that.
shape is it in?
Yeah.
Because again, to what my point before too is to fund a survey when potentially the survey may be better and more timely coming out next June. So that would be this fiscal year, or it could be next July, or, when we have all the information. So to squeeze it into what's a tight budget, again, to stress, the work does not stop, but just potentially that part of the work would not be currently funded.
That does make sense. But as long as there were at least enough so we can start feeding information to the community and develop the interest so that when it does come out in July, for example,
Yeah.
I think it should be similar to any of the other committees that we do, is that, when we have information to report, you do some sort of, like, we do a couple of public hearings, but, again, starting even just in our basic newsletters, do you know what sidewalks, like, again, explaining what is the rules, what is this, what is that? I mean, people don't know anything really about it, just some basic campaigning of information. Could do a whole, and then maybe later on in the year, could do a whole newsletter on sidewalks, once we have more information. Did you know this? Did you know that? This is how it works.
Yeah, that almost sounds like a better plan than
Yeah.
doing a survey. Like, 'cause you may, by the end of that, have a better idea of what you need a survey on.
Right.
Rather than right now, it's almost like we don't even know what we really want to survey.
Right.
So I think that actually sounds probably a better use of time and money.
Yeah, like I said, especially since when I looked at that, all the sidewalk ordinances are basically the same. So it's really more about like a philosophy and funding and things like that. And maybe in some ways it could derail us because no one wants to pay.
Right.
And so if you get a survey and no one wants to pay, then you listen, have we derailed sidewalks altogether in town? And that means even the repair of it. So maybe you wait and you see what, some of this back end and get information, like I said, how bad are our sidewalks in town? Like I said, I get information about people wanting sidewalks. I get very little people calling me to complain that says their sidewalk is in bad shape and that we need to repair sidewalks. So, I don't know.
Kathy, the $37,000 that you referenced, is that just the cost of a survey, or what are the other layers of
So built into that number was a cost for a survey. We And then the other one was just marketing materials, a dedicated newsletter, which that was successful when we did surveys for the 20, like a postcard saying, hey, there's a survey coming out, and then a follow-up with the results of the survey. Those are just based off of our typical newsletter printing and postage costs.
Any other questions?
Oh, I do, I remembered, I have another one.
Go ahead.
So I know that Farmington is part of Sustainable CT, and that there are matching grants for connectivity and for climate resiliency type activities. And I'm assuming, hopeful, that at some point there'll be other grant opportunities for climate resiliency. And I think sidewalks go towards that, from connectivity and just making it so people don't have to rely on cars and what have you. Is there, I mean, obviously, we don't know what any grants RFPs say, so we wouldn't know what we have to demonstrate. But would not doing a survey impact an ability to apply for a grant?
You know, I don't think so, because I think that, again, I don't know, because I don't have it like
Right,
a grant,
right.
but I think that part of most grant things are showing that you are dedicating resources and doing things to it, and the fact that we have a committee and we're looking at all these different things, and there is going to be an interest, like we could show a newsletter, we could show this, I think that would not, like doing a survey per se, I don't think it would hurt. And also, a lot of the times, if there was a grant, what you could do is put a matching fund in to show the dedication to it offline, if we wanted to.
Does it make sense to have funds allocated for marketing at this point?
I mean, we do 4 newsletters.
Right, I don't know what space is in,
towns
yeah.
do to communicate with the residents. And like in the last newsletter, there was a little blurb about, hey, we created this ad hoc committee, here's our, like, follow along here. So that could be sufficient,
Okay.
or in the interim, to keep the community informed and not need to allocate additional expense.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think if we wanted to.
Could do an insert possibly, in our already
Yeah,
existing
an
newsletter,
yeah,
so that you don't have to
insert.
rebuild the whole thing.
Do an insert, or we could really dedicate up more space to do more stuff, you know?
Put the ease on the other department heads that to write such a long article.
Yeah,
Let's take the town, the town chair's note out.
yeah.
That'd be perfect, thank you. Any other questions? Well, I am happy to see and hear that there is some, support, and we can talk further about, Interval House and Hope Partners. So, but I don't think those two are even covered in the pages 1 through 26.
They are.
They are.
Yeah.
Do we need to?
I think if, maybe at the end, when we talk about everything, that we can talk about that.
Okay, so we can just do a straight.
Same page as the library?
Yeah, same page as
Yeah.
the library.
Yeah, so we can just do a straight TA.
Yeah, go back to. So would you like to go back? We said the police vehicles, a TA for the non-for-profits, a TA, not a TA. Go back. I can't
Yes.
say the words. Go back, and then a go back to the custodian?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unless somebody here wants to volunteer.
I got
Anybody
enough
like
to
to
do in
clean?
my own house.
Anybody? Anybody?
Yes.
Send Jack
Yes.
over.
Okay.
All right, so we can do the TA through pages 1 through 26, please.
Motion for a tentative approval for pages 1 through 26.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Have a great night.
Joe, what page are we on next?
The end.
68, please. So this is 68 and 69, this is the other group of accounts. The recommended budget for this group of accounts is a 2.68% above the current budget. The pension account has been increased based on annual required contribution as determined by the annual valuation. The increase is also a result in turnover of town staff with new employees joining the defined contribution plan. So that's both page 68 and 69. I don't know if you have any specific questions for Joe. And Joe, would this be the spot where the board was talking about with the prescription drugs?
Yes.
I think you should maybe mention that too. That was great.
Okay, the health insurance account actually shows a decrease for next year, and the reason for that is, part of the reason for that is that back in the fall of Anthem Blue Cross, we provide a Medigap policy to our retirees, over 65 retirees. And we had it through Anthem, and Anthem decided to drop that group coverage. They do it on an individual basis, they no longer do it on a group basis. So we had our consultants shop it around, and they came back with a proposal to move our over 65 Medigap, or Medicare supplement program to the Hartford. And the Hartford also offers a prescription drug program. And for our retirees, we offer prescription drugs. Town pays 50% of the cost of the retiree, and the employee pays the other 50% for themselves and 100% for their family. And so what happened was we're paying about $600 per employee, per retiree. With the Hartford, the cost was about $300 per employee. So obviously we dropped the premium cost, and the big benefactor of that would be the retiree, because they're paying $900 a month, and now you're talking about paying something closer to $300 a month, or $450 a month. But the other part of it is actually goes against my philosophy, but it would be a premium-based program. It's not a self-insured program, and so the Hartford have looked at our experience and said they were willing to take on the town's group, both the town and the Board of Ed's group, and we would have to pay the premium. They would cover the cost of the insurance. We did our due diligence to make sure that the coverage was like or comparable to what the Anthem coverage is for drug coverages, and it is. All the tiers are there, all the formularies are there. So we attempted to put it in place for January. We were unsuccessful, but we did make a commitment to put it in place for July 1st. And we notified our employees, our retirees, that we were going to be doing this. And we also waited to see how well the transition took place, going from the Anthem Medigap program to the Hartford Medigap program, how well the retirees took to that. And they seem to be, all have survived it. And so we decided that we would continue with this transition. The board gets significantly more savings. They have a larger pool of over 65 retirees on the town program. What has happened to the town program, because it's been so expensive, a lot of people have migrated off it, but our claims are still very high, and now we're not going to be responsible for those claims any longer. We're just going to pay the premiums every month. And we actually expect more of our older retirees to actually come back to the town program. But the short of it is we're going to be saving a significant amount of money, probably in the neighborhood of about $420,000 a year by doing this transition. And this is just the town.
Great.
So I think the board said close to $1 million, if I heard them.
Yeah.
Right. Board has basically 3 times the retirees on the program. We have about 24 on the program right now. Most of them, like I said, have migrated off the program. The board has about 70, 75 on the program. So, but on our claims, even though we had like 1/3 of their numbers, we probably had 1/2 the amount of claims that they had. So we actually were our 24 were generating more claims, almost half as much claims as their people were generated. So it's a significant savings for the town. And the other part of the savings is just we actually have been having some decent experience in the past year. So our claims numbers are pretty good right now, knock on wood. And our new consultant also has been doing some pretty aggressive negotiating for us on some of the rebates that we get from Anthem. So we're expecting some good savings in that area.
So some positives in the budget.
I would say another positive bill would be the pension, right? I mean, the results of the retirement board, the portfolio seems to, this past year, now we're in a different climate, so things are moving differently. But
through January, I think we were going really well.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So I think
Turf work came up, and suddenly things aren't so well.
Right, right. And, but we've already got that valuation, we got that contribution, and we're good there.
Right.
Is that-
This fully funds the contribution for next year.
Yep.
It also, obviously, fund our obligation to the new employees who are on the 401.
Right.
And that's actually a fast-growing contribution. We're pretty much, town staff-wise, I think we're down to 24 people on the pension plan, active employees in the pension plan. Everybody else is on the 401. So it's been quite a turnaround.
Is that what you're talking about with the retirement board? Is that, do they get that? Isn't there like an 1/8%? Remember when I was on that board that Joan was talking about with the 1/8% that we try to knock down our, not the liability. What am I talking about?
Well, your unfunded liability, you always want to close that percentage-wise.
Yeah, we were at like 60-something% last year, and we were like slowly knocking it down.
Well, you want to, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
The rate of return.
Rate of return, yes.
Yes, we went from 8%, 8.5%.
8.5%, yeah, sorry.
We were taking it down in increments. And
Right.
We're
Yeah.
currently at a 6.6.
Yeah, I'm like 18 months removed from those meetings, but I remember Joan Valenti hammering in my head that we had to do it every budget cycle, don't screw it up.
Yeah.
So that's happening for Joan?
Right. And
Okay,
that
good.
is
We
our target.
actually have stopped doing it because we now feel the portfolio is in a place where it can generate,
Right.
and the actuaries concur that the portfolio is in a place where it can generate a return of 6.6%.
Correct.
Thank you very
So
much.
we've stayed at 6.6% at this point.
Right.
For the record, I asked Joe a complete nonsensical thing, and he got me the answer I needed. So like, I could not have garbled that more, and Joe did. So thank you, Joe, you saved me.
Right.
Any other nonsense you want to throw out there? Anybody?
Just a kudos to Joe and the finance staff. I mean, they really do a good job managing the everything, but the insurance and things like that. And it's really great savings for the board and for us on that.
Absolutely correct. Any questions? All good. So I get a TA for pages 68 and 69, please.
Make a motion for a tentative approval for pages 68 and 69.
Second.
Motion second, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
All right, I think debt, what's next, Joe? Debt service, which is the next page over. Yeah, so that, we talked about quite a bit, but the total amount it recommended for next fiscal year is $13,716,271. This is an increase of $2,290,003, which is 20.04. I talked about it in my presentation, but it's to pay lease financing obligations, clean water fund loan repayments, and the principal and interest due on the town's existing bonded debt. Funds also are included in this account for interest payments on a debt issuance plan for the fall of 2025. The debt proceeds will be used to pay for the expenses associated with the building of the new Farmington High School, the renovation of the 900 wing of the education offices, road paving, Westwood School roof replacement, the purchase of 2 fire apparatus, and the replacement of the HVAC system and the police facility. So as you know, we've talked about it a lot, is that, this is our year with the increased debt, as Joe has gone through our financial forecast many times, and this is not unexpected that we have a big increase on our debt this year. So that is something that we have to pay for our projects. Do we have any
Questions on the debt? Like you said, we were expecting it, so
Yeah.
no surprise there on that one. Anybody to the right? Go ahead,
Actually, I do
Brian.
have a question. I know we're taking $800,000 out to pay things along. Last year, you were said that we were okay with our AAA rating. You didn't know that you wanted to take any more out, and yet we're doing that. And I'm wondering where.
Ryan, that's going to be our next topic.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, no problem.
Thank you. I just saw it was.
Yep, yeah, nope, that will be
Thank
the
you.
next one, no problem.
Anybody else?
On our debt, now, is the high school still some debt coming into the picture?
As long as Cat keeps spending it, I have to keep borrowing it. I really hate to say it that way, but she comes in with the bills and I have to pay them.
Right.
I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
awesome.
We have what I expect or hope to be one last debt issuance that will deal with the high school and the central office. I think going to delay as long as possible to make sure that we capture everything that we need to capture with the next debt issuance, so it doesn't carry over into another one.
Right.
So anticipate that we're probably looking between $10 and $12 million just for the high school debt project with the next bond issue, and then hopefully after that there won't be any additional. Of course, the other but the other situation you're in, the state holds back a certain percentage
Right.
of the reimbursement.
Right.
So once the final audit's done, they release the final reimbursement, we'll know if there's actually a shortfall. So there may be a small amount, something that we have to borrow for.
Got it. And do you think you're targeting that for the end of the summer, fall?
I really would like to do this in October timeframe, but it's really dependent on how well the cash holds up.
Got it.
It's really will determine when, the cash flow will really determine when we do the issuance. And well, that's one of the criteria. The other criteria will be what the rates are doing at that time, who's borrowing, things like that. So,
Right.
but my goal right now is to do this in October.
Got it. Okay.
Any other questions? Can I get a TA for page 70, please?
Make a motion for a tentative approval for page 70.
Second.
Motion is second, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
So the next item we have is revenues, and I'm going to take you to 2 pages. One is just the summary. If you go on your tax and budget worksheet, which is the first page, and you see the revenues, and so you see we have the other property taxes, license and permits, fines and penalties, interest, grants, service charge, other, Westwood's contribution and fund balance. That's what you were talking about, Brian.
Yeah.
And then if you look on the summaries on the red tab, you see where everything is, license and permits, fines, interest. It's the backup of everything. I summarized it in my report, but you can see, I think, the big ticket items that we should really talk about, which is great, is that on the front page, you can see the grants. The grants are up $2,175,709, so we're getting almost $10 million in grants. With the governor's budget, there was an additional close to $2 million put in for the grants, and that, I mean, it's really a game changer in this budget. It's a game changer for us. Our, as you go down, the other grants, the revenues are doing quite well. The license and permits are up 12.9%. Fines and penalties, small dollar amount, $8,800. The interest, 39.70% up. Some of our others are down. The fund balance, Brian, we adopted a budget with a $1,200,000. We're trying to move ourselves down. We're only asking for $800 out of the fund balance this time, so it's a reduction of $400, because that's always a hole that you have to do. So I think that it's important to show that we're not relying on it as much. So our overall revenues are up 14.56%, and like I said, the majority of that is the grants, and that we're grateful on the state that that's happening. So we have the detail behind it, if anyone has any questions.
On the fund balance, though, so I remember, because this is the third year that I've seen it budgeted in, but the first year we didn't use any of it.
Correct.
And then this past year, we did need to use the 1.2. And then now this year, we're slowly weaning ourselves off, is basically the idea.
Yeah, the combination is slowly weaning ourselves off and also setting ourselves up for the future.
Okay.
I anticipate, even though it's not in the forecast, or wasn't in the forecast, I anticipate that you'll probably be using some of that again in 26, 27. So making sure that there's something there for you to use.
Okay.
The other problem, you also have to play a mathematical game with this, because your fund balance, you'd like it to be a certain percentage of your budget. So as your budget grows, the fund balance has to grow, right? 9%.
Sure.
So you have to be careful with that also.
And are we in a safe range for our rating, as Brian had asked before?
Right, yeah. And to answer Brian's question, as long as you have a plan for replenishing it or replenishing it. I mean, obviously, you know, they want to see a large fund balance. They want to see 20 to 25%. We're never going to do 20 to 25% on a consistent basis. So,
Oh, we were doing real good though, so
yeah,
thank you.
and I think, you know, if we could show them something consistently in the 17 to 18% range, then we're doing really, really well. So the rest of it, you know, we put into the budget, and we use part of it, we don't use it, and they like that too. So, and it also helps you. Last year, we got to use $1.2 million again. You know, it's like you use it one year, use it again the next year. Next year, you're going to use 800,000. So, and you're not going to significantly, well, I shouldn't say that. You're still going to maintain a 17% fund balance.
Good.
So that's really where you want to be.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Patty.
Joe, I assume that the interest estimate was around January, February. Does the current, whatever's going on right now, the volatility in the market, is that, how confident are you in that
Yeah, that's probably
interest
the
number?
one, you know, that's probably the one, in one revenue that probably will give you sleepless nights. So, and we're gonna, and you know, again, look, you could look at the estimates, we're gonna get $2.8 million again this year. So, it's, you know, I don't see it dramatically dropping off, but I did have it almost for this next year's budget. Rates are dropping a lot quicker than I thought they would drop. And like you said, if I looked at it in January, you know, the rates were here at one level, and now the rates are, they're dropping pretty consistently, and just even without Fed cuts, they're still dropping. But at the same time, we are seeing some banks, especially the smaller banks, for some, this is how you know the economy's going bad. Smaller banks are looking for deposits.
Right.
So the smaller banks are looking for deposits, and they're looking for cash. And so you're still getting some artificially high rates at this point. And, but I don't anticipate they'll continue. Just give an idea, I was looking today, actually for the meeting tonight, we were getting around a little over about 4.4% on average in July. And now we're down to a little under 3.4%. Our highest institution that was paying out in July was 5.8%. Right now they're paying out 4.4%. And actually we've gotten a lot of them below 3. So yeah, so short answer is this is the one that I'm more concerned about of any of them. But I think at $1.4 million, we'll probably be okay.
Okay.
Anybody else? Do we TA this page, or what, it's not numbered, so we just say revenues?
Sorry, I would like to bring something up, and I just want to do this for, so everybody knows and nobody thinks that I'm trying to pull a fast one on you. And this is something that just developed in the past week. You see the motor vehicle, well, you don't see it here. You see it on the grand list page. The motor vehicles grand list went down significantly. And as Kathy mentioned the other night, it's because of two things. They changed the valuation method. You have to go to manufacturer's suggested retail price. And they also changed the depreciation schedule. And basically the depreciation schedule went from 15%, went from 85% down to 15%. A lot of towns saw serious hits like us. Our grand list went down 8%. The state legislature in recent weeks has passed emergency legislation to readjust the depreciation schedule so that it's now 90% to 20% with a flat rate of $500 valuation. And they allowed everybody to reopen their grand list, their 24 grand list, to make the adjustment. My assessor offered to do it if we wanted to, and I told him not to do it. He felt that if we did do it, it may bring the grand list back up to where it is in the current level. I felt that, said if we did it, we'd have to do it now, and then we'd have to reopen the board appraisal process. The budget, basically, you had your budget by the time we learned of this. This was last week. So I told him that I would, I would mention it to you, but my recommendation is that we not do it at this time, but that we do it for the next grant list year. So I just want everybody to know that, because I'm sure you may hear it from somebody saying, that we could have readjusted grant list and bring it back up again, or bring it back close to where it was last year. So
I think you.
otherwise, we'll do it, but at this point, it's, I felt that the amount of work that we were doing and where we were at the budget process, that we probably were in a good place at this point. And it would just, it actually would delay us, not so much delay you in your process, but delay us in getting out our tax bills and doing everything else. We would have to open up the board assessment appeals. We would be going into May with all that stuff. So.
I personally think, Joe, you made the right decision. Because
I'm asking you.
I know. I understand that, but I wholeheartedly, what your recommendation is, I think is a strong recommendation for the right decision. Because I think all the reasons you just said, the fact that this thing was in flux, the thing was new, the thing needs to be repaired, it's just been, in the timing of it, with the fact that you folks were drawing your budget together, I think it was an impossible situation. And I think it would confuse things now. And I think in addition to confusing things, just like you said, I think you'd have appeals, you'd have a lot of administration connected to this correction. And I just personally think that it would there would be more downside to it than upside. And I saw in your numbers that you had already brought the numbers forward that were original. So, that would be my comment on this.
Excellent. Anybody else? Guess we're all good, Joe. Thank you.
So that would be a TA on the revenues.
Make a motion for a tentative approval on the revenues page of our budget book.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
So basically, we've gone through the book. We had a couple of places that we wanted to look at, just the vehicles, the nonprofits, the two nonprofits, and I can't read my.
Custodian.
And the custodian, so.
I was going to bother Joe about a question on next year forecast. Should I wait till we're done with this?
I think
Or should I wait till we're done with the few outliers we had, or should
I think that.
Can I ask him that now, or?
Yeah, I think you can go.
Sorry. Joe, I know that you, in addition to everything else that you do, you usually keep a good forecast of what to expect for the next year, and I was curious what sort of budget year we could anticipate next year.
With our skewed numbers.
Yeah.
But
Knowing that we're not.
I could joke and say you keep screwing up my forecast.
We know.
Good.
No, seriously, the original forecast was that you were probably going to have the tax increase in probably somewhere in the 3.5, probably around 3.335 range.
Next year, you're talking.
Next year. And with what you have right now as the recommended budget, and assuming that, and what we have with the new grant number from the state of Connecticut, assuming that number stays good next year, you're probably actually looking at 3.7. You're actually going to go up next year because your grant list is not your grant list, your fund balance is going to go down. Recommendation is going to go down again next year. And two, obviously, if you add 4.5% on top of what you get, it's not a 3% increase anymore going forward. The increase goes up. So you're probably based on the forecast, based on the methodology, you're probably looking at a 3.5% Board of Ed next year instead of a 3%. You're probably, unfortunately for Kathy, you're probably still looking at a 3% increase for her next year.
For the town. And
so basically, the short answer is you're looking at a 3.5 to 3.7 tax rate, percent tax rate increase next year.
And,
which is, quite frankly, a lot better than a 4.75 or a 5.
well, that's what I was gonna say, so, because it's,
9.75.
it's significantly better than this year, so I know, you know,
That's going down, right?
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask, so, because I know,
It's not going down.
Yeah, not yet.
That's not going up as much.
Yeah,
That's
that's-
not going
no,
up.
but that's what, so what's the biggest driver behind that, behind it looking so much better next year? Is it that we're not adding new debt, or?
Next year, one thing is the debt. I go back to my comment maybe 3 years ago. If I had my druthers 3 years ago, I would have issued $145 million.
I remember that, yeah.
In high school debt, because every year your interest payment goes down. So every year I'd be a hero.
You already are,
I was
Joe.
gonna say,
You already are.
Don't sell yourself
Come on.
short.
That first year, you would probably kill me, so I'd probably never get the benefit. So, anyway, yeah, your debt's gonna level off next year, and that's the big thing. But your base is bigger next year. So everything's gonna grow based on what happened this year.
Joe will never give us good news.
But next year will, forecast-wise, next year will be better than the past 3 years. And unfortunately, it'll probably be the best year you have, for 2 years afterwards, because after next year you have rebound.
Yeah.
And so you're
No,
gonna start over.
next year's the,
So
so,
next year's the gold.
next year looks better, yeah. Woo-hoo. Okay, so,
And by next year, I'm talking next year. I'm not talking 20.
I
I'm
got
talking
you.
26, 27.
Next year budget, like when we're sitting here,
Yeah.
those of us
You're
that
sitting here-
choose to put ourselves through this
Whoever
again.
you're sitting here next to.
Okay, so knowing that, and then, so at the end of last night's meeting, Joe had requested, the last thing that he had said was to ask Superintendent Greeter and Kathy to take a look at, we had talked about the transfers and gone over those, and so we had gotten some of the summaries of those, and then to look at any additional potential capital that could be reduced. So they did get, I do have some of that information, so if I can just go over that real quickly, and then I'm gonna make a couple recommendations. People can yell at me or agree or whatever they'd like to do. So based on what Joe just said, the financial forecast does look better next year. Both the town and the school budgets as presented to us, with the exception of I made note of community service and IT, which were both areas that Kathy said that if we were gonna push something else into like the actual budget, maybe those would be areas to look at, but otherwise they seemed reasonable and supported. The BOE transfers were $119,482. These are transfers to capital, right? Town transfers were $65,000. The board was able to find a reduction of $125,000, which they wrote was $75,000 from technology and $50,000 from furniture. The town found $75,000, which was town hall improvements account. The total reduction to capital based on all of that is $384,482.
Can you say that again?
The
384.
sorry, 384,482.
Thank you.
And does anybody need any of the other numbers? Because I know I just read them quickly, but I don't need to zip through. So based on that, and based on some of our discussion, what I would suggest capital-wise is the custodian goes back in for town hall. Hope Partners get their request funded. Interval get their request funded. Having listened to Chief McKenzie, I know that they have requested 4 to do a full make good based on only getting 2 last year, but I would suggest doing 3 police cars, which is what they had been getting on their budget, which would be, and that number is $167,245. And so the total addition would be $195,745 for the town budget, town capital budget.
On the police cars, Keith, is that the cars and the technology?
Cars and technology, 2 marked, 1 unmarked, because that's what, and that came from the chief, right? That's when we had said 3, those are the ones that he was around. And then, do we have the tax budget worksheet that can be put up based on that suggestion?
I think so, and just what I jotted down from what you said. So just, it would be 167,245 for police cars, 2 marked and 1 unmarked, and the technical equipment. 11,500, you said the custodian, that's the number that goes with that. 10,000 for Hope Partners, services for the elderly, and 5,000 for Interval House.
And I don't want to get back, I think we all, I don't know that we were at a consensus, but I think we all at least understood where we were coming from in the sidewalk thing. And I would just stress again, the work still goes on in that committee. I get concerned with funding a survey or putting a survey out and not, given that the budget's very tight, and not being able to take action on it. So I would continue to do the behind the scenes stuff, put stuff in marketing, do inserts to Ryan's suggestion, and then see where we're at when we get to fall and when we get to next year's budget cycle, if we're gonna go forward with something like that.
And I think Joe's working on it, and so it would be reductions of capital of 384, 482, and I think, Keith, I know you said it, but just to note that the BOE transfers and the town transfers, that doesn't mean you're not getting those services. We're funding them from different places.
Yeah, they're
And
moving.
so I think Kat can go through it and tell you.
I remember some of them was like the.
Yeah,
the
just
high
so you
school.
know. It's just, we're just taking it through the transfers, so it's not like we're reducing the capital from it. So,
On the town side, this is the motion that you guys approved on Tuesday night. On the town side, Lucas Devices was an account that money was put into, that's $40,000. You would see that Lucas Devices is also listed $40,000 in the capital budget. That would come out of the capital budget, but the project, it would still be funded. And then the other one here is streetlight poles. We put $50,000 into that account. The capital budget calls for $25,000, so that would come out of the capital budget as well from the town side. And then the school side, it's in 2 of their buckets: school code and safety, and school structural architectural.
and so you're not actually losing those projects.
Yeah.
And then I talked to Kathy Greeter today, and we worked through our budget, and I think that, again, on the town hall improvement accounts, which is in this bucket, that we would be able to reduce it by $75,000. That's a banking account, and so we, bank less for the renovations to some of the things here, but I think there's enough money to at least get started into next year. And then the board, $75,000 from technology and $50,000 from their furniture account. And Kathy Greeter and I talked about it today, and they feel comfortable with that. And so that would be the 384,482 reductions. Let's see, when Joe does his, we can see it on the board.
I had a couple other notes just for the sake of it, before we go into the discussion, just things that I was jotting down as we went through, which was, when you look at the year to year over what our increases have been, this year paired with last year will be the highest 2 years since, I think, the last financial crisis, which was like 08, 09, or 10, 11. I may have my years mixed up, but it also is important to recognize that without the debt service to the high school, we'd be like 1% lower. And so it is a project that was popular in town, that we did fund, that we all knew the bill was coming to. We all did know that this year was going to be a tough budget year. But I do think that that's also why I'm not sort of beating my hand on the table for some of the things like more money in technology in Kathy's budget, and even as much as I'd like to for community services, just because as a whole, at least the commitment that I was making was we were going to try to be as tight as possible because we knew how expensive that project would be. Sort of like, but when you see all these capital transfers coming off and there's things that are like real targets of opportunity, I think it makes sense to go for them. But if anybody wants to comment on the other stuff, obviously feel free.
So, Joe, is that up on the board?
Yes, that's up on the board.
Can you make it a little bigger?
Yeah. Blind.
So if you look, I would look at your regular books, just so you can see the comparison on your tax and budget worksheet.
See that?
You need something good there. Yeah.
We have these.
So,
Hold on, I think Joe's going to try to print it out. You can see it firsthand.
Oh, that would be awesome.
There needs to be a way to just cast it onto the iPads.
There probably is
There,
a way.
right?
There definitely
We
is.
just don't
Oh, no, you
yet.
can, because on Kathy's, like I was watching the PowerPoint on Kathy's yesterday. It's
Kathy's
awesome.
up too, but
That's what I want.
They're all new ones.
Yeah.
Then you can,
These are all new iPads.
Yes, yeah.
that's awesome.
But for this, people
No,
are
there
helpful.
there is a way.
Okay.
We just don't know how to do it.
Okay.
We should have kept Brian here longer.
Poor Brian just missed the cuff of the break. As soon as you said break, he was like,
Well, he's making copies of it, so just so we're clear, at this point, on the education, you guys did not make any changes, so it's still at the 4.6 level. On the town side of the budget, oh, I'm sorry, I'm working off.
I think we should all
Yeah, I'm sorry.
note and either for ourselves or hand down to whoever takes our spot that, like.
Get
when we go to-
iPad training?
No,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
well, no, when we go to budget target season next year, that 3 and 3.5, right? It's like a good area to think about. I don't know. That's what he's saying. Because, obviously we've always tried to be 3 or less, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be.
In there.
But yeah, iPad training too, sure.
So on the town side, you get your thing, but just so the board, you didn't make any changes. On the town side now, we went from our 3.5 to a 4.05% increase, and that's including the things that you talked about, the police cars, 3 police cars, the stuff for the non-for-profits, and the custodian. So it moved to 4.05%. The debt service is the same at 20.04. The capital improvements now has a reduction, and now the dollar change is 734. The the defined contribution stays the same. You keep on going down the chart, and that all stays the same. The revenues stay the same, and now the tax and budget increase went to a 4.61% instead of a 4.77. Instead of a 4.77.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the mill rate is what, does that say 26.62? Yeah, so my points too would be, if we all like the look of this, this is lower than we started the week with, which is nice. Sorry, that's the wrong one too. And then also, and I don't know if these numbers are the same after everybody else does their budgets, but at 26.62 mill rate, if I go to the materials provided by Ms. Ponte earlier today, we would still have the lowest mill rate of local county mill rates. So we, right now we're at 25.45, 26.62 would still put us 3 points ahead of Avon. Now
And
again, their
and
budgets could
everyone
change.
else's is going to go up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But so it's subject to change. I don't want to say that that's gospel, but when you look at this as like a total picture,
Yeah.
as a group, if we go for this, we've done our job and gotten less than we started with. We still feel like we're funding everything, and we still have a mill rate that I think as a town we can be proud of. And now I will sit back and let other people speak because I'm taking too much oxygen.
I can say that I'd be satisfied with this. I wanted to make sure we were funding things that needed to be funded, and I appreciate you, Kathy, coming, following through and giving us information about what's needed. I always, I always hesitate when people are, when people say they're going to leave town because our taxes go up. We're still, to your point, Keith, where are they going to go if they want lower taxes? But I think we need to be conscientious and fund the services of the town. And I think this budget does that, albeit, there are still things that we might like to see in it, but it's not the year for it.
No, we should remember that Kathy said at 3.5, we are maintaining but chipping away.
Yes.
Right.
So, for anybody that thinks that we are up here just willy-nilly spending money, we are doing our best. The thing that I don't want is I don't want someone to walk around town and be like, oh, we used to have X, or, you know what I mean? And I think most people don't want that. So we're trying to keep what we have. Listen, when I listen to Nancy Barron talk, I know she could use more money. So I think we have to understand that there are things that I think all of us in our heart of hearts might love to fund, but when we're trying to do it as a big picture, it's hard to do it all.
And I've
Right.
been impressed
Go ahead,
with
Patty.
everyone who came before us today, I almost wanted to call Russ MacGyver, being able, the things that he pulls together out of thin air, and listening to Jesse's plans. A lot of those don't sound like they cost a lot of money, but they'll bring the community together. And I think it's important to keep those types of things going. And I think, so.
Brian, you have anything?
Yeah, I would say that what I like is that we're better than where we were yesterday. We're saving the town, or we're going to be increasing taxes even less, which is lovely. We're doing things we haven't done in the past, which I'm very glad we're doing this time. And we're bringing things back into the budget that need to be done, like police cars, because we want to support our officers in the town, and our safety is important. So I'm happy with this, absolutely.
Excellent.
And Keith, you got to go over and flip the switch.
For the transfer.
Now the switch is happening.
No,
That's
this is happening.
Oh, it's happening.
Yes,
It's happening, yeah.
You're off the hook.
He's off the switch.
Kathy was on the phone with me for 4 hours today. I was damn switch. No, the switch is happening.
All right.
Matt Ross is having a party. They're gonna have it.
They're all good. Irving Robbins is good as a whole.
I would have done it. You know.
Sarah.
I agree with, everything that's been said so far. I think this is a good budget. I think, we need to make sure that we don't get behind in funding things like the police cars. We already didn't do the 3 last year, so if we weren't to do those this year, I think that would not set us up well for the future. And, we heard a lot about the nonprofits and what value they provide, so I think giving them that money is important as they continue to serve our community. So I'm in favor of this.
Since Keith took up all the oxygen, Amy.
I agree with everything everybody said. I'm okay with it.
All right. Dave.
Yeah, I mean, I think the work has been, productive. So for me, I would, just a couple questions. First question is, as far as the police cars, when we order those, Joe, when do they get delivered?
They're ordering Dodges, we would order them, we'd probably order them in June. I guess they would be delivered in September.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Okay.
Based on the last experience, the last ones we got this year, we ordered them in July, the Chevy Tahoes in September. These are Dodges, the Dodge Rams, I would expect the same time frame.
Got it. Okay, thanks. Thanks for that. So I think, yeah, and I think the tweaking of the capital side of the budget, I think those were smart moves. I will say that I guess I'm kind of hung up on the sidewalk thing, and I guess I'm looking at it I'm looking at it differently, I guess, I'm looking at it more like if you look at on the capital side and you go to like the planning department, and they have affordable housing, funds will be used for a planning consultant, $35,000 to figure out affordable housing. And I just think sidewalks as a public safety issue, as a connectivity issue, as an issue of just finance, whether it's the town side, I almost think it's a big enough project to actually fund a consultant to help the ad hoc committee get to where they need to go. And so we could disagree or agree or disagree and agree to disagree, whatever we want to do. But I just think that whether the survey is right now it says a survey, but I just think it's money to help that initiative that I think is really important. And I just hope it doesn't fall back because we're not earmarking that money. I just think we might be missing. I think it's just going to. I don't know. I see it becoming kind of being pushed, and I just think it's a public safety issue. I think it's a real public safety issue. So.
I appreciate what you're saying. I don't know. I do think that the work will go on the sidewalk committee, and I think that we can. I don't think if we put this money in the budget for this year, I'm not positive that we'd be ready for that survey in this year. And knowing that, to me, I wanted to keep the budget as tight as possible. I would feel better if I was putting 35 grand back into Nancy's budget, which I'm already have said as much as I'd like to. I don't think that that's the right move right now. But I understand your priorities. I don't think that you're wrong. I understand your concerns about public safety. I just, for me, I think we can I think we can do both even with that, not in this capital.
And as the other member of that committee, I agree that I think there's so much to be done before we even get to the survey point. It may not get done till, the, middle of next year. So why don't we just put it in next year's budget and do the legwork, the research? There's a lot that has to be done, really just on the statutes.
Yeah.
Before we even get to, the sidewalk, but we can start looking at things like how many do we have, and we can start doing some planning
Yeah.
before we get into the survey component.
And Dave, to your point too, when you talked about it, one of the roads you mentioned was my road. Like and
No, trust me.
I'm like deeply
Yeah.
into this issue, and I don't, would not want the can to be kicked, too far. But I just knowing what we know from our initial discussions.
Yeah, no,
I agree with you, it's a very important safety issue, so let's get it right.
No, I agree with all you, and I appreciate all your comments and all your work, and I think having two people who are so pro sidewalks on this committee, I don't see this going away, and obviously staff already starting to collect in that information. We've been talking about this for years, and we can't just say it's done. But to other points, like Keith says, if we're going to take $35,000, then we really need to look at the whole community picture and say, where does $35,000 really work best for the whole community? Is it sidewalks? Is it mental health? Is it, police, fire, whatever it is? So it's huge, and I know maybe in some lights, at $35,000 in this huge budget is minuscule, but it does add up over time. So I do appreciate that. And I just want to thank everybody. This has been a hard process. It's a long process. It's gut wrenching, especially when you have so many people coming up to us all the time, like, we need help, we want this, we want that. And then the other side of the coin is you can't raise our taxes, And I think this budget reflects, like you said, public safety, our police officers, victims of abuse, our elderly. So we're basically hitting all of our different components and still doing a proper funding for our BOE, for our children. So I think we're hitting all the markers that we should be hitting and still being conservative enough to deliver a budget to the people to say, hey, we're doing A, B, and C in a huge debt year. We're still coming in at a great number. So I think it's a great push for all of us to be able to say that we had a part of this, and we're doing the best for our community by doing all this legwork. So thank you.
So I'm just going to roll with a couple of things, and we'll do some motions, any discussion that can be had in the meantime, right, Joe? My first motion would be to set the Board of Education budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 at $83,240,983, an increase of $3,696,743, or 4.65% over the current budget year.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to add $45,825 to the police fleet. Let's keep a counter on those. Technical equipment account.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to add $121,420 to the police fleet vehicles account.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to add $11,500 to the public buildings 1928 building part-time account.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
I make a motion to add $10,000 to the nonprofit organizations Services for the Elderly Hope Partners account.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to add $5,000 to the nonprofit organizations Interval House account.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to set the town operating budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 at $36,441,160, an increase of $1,419,503, or 4.5% over the current year budget.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to set the debt service budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 at $13,716,271, an increase of $2,290,003, or 20.4% over current year budget.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion.
Correction, 20.04%.
20.04%, I'm sorry, you're right, 20.04% over current budget year.
That's what you said.
Thank you. Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to reduce the capital improvement plan town hall improvements account by $75,000.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
And just point of clarification, all these accounts are the ones that we're pulling from one to do the other, the transfers.
Not the town hall improvements account.
Not the town hall, that was part of the budget, but then the next few are part of the transfers. Make a motion to reduce the capital improvement plan Lucas Devices account by $40,000.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to reduce the capital improvement plan light pole replacement account by $25,000.
Second.
Motion and second. All discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to reduce the Board of Education capital improvement plan school code safety compliance account by $48,224.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to reduce the Board of Education capital improvement plan structural architectural account by $71,258.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to reduce the Board of Education capital improvement plan by $125,000 as follows: $75,000 from the technology improvements account, $50,000 from furniture, fixtures, and equipment F&E classroom.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to set the capital improvement budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 at $3,017,018, an increase of $734,018, or 32.15% over current budget year.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to set the fiscal year 2025-2026 Board of Education defined contribution budget at $350,000, an increase of $24,000, or 7.36 over the current year budget.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Make a motion to set this is all one, right? Patty, get ready. I'm gonna need you, I'm sure.
Okay.
Make a motion to set the Town of Farmington fiscal year 2025-2026 budget for the Board of Education at $83,240,983, or 4.65 increase over the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget, and the town operating budget at $36,441,160, or a 4.05 increase above the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget, and the debt service budget at $13,716,271, or a 20.04 increase over the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget, and the capital improvement budget at $3,017,018, or a 32.15 increase above the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget, and the Board of Education defined contribution budget at $350,000, or a 7.36 increase above fiscal year 2024-2025, resulting in a total appropriation for fiscal year 25-26, okay. That one wasn't on me. Of $136,765,432, or a 6.35 increase over fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. And
That's it.
That's it.
Need a second.
stop, second.
Second.
Motion and second. Does anybody need those numbers repeated?
No, I'm good.
You're good? Everybody good on all that? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
I make a motion to approve the warning for the April 21st, 2025 annual town meeting and the May 1st, 2025 referendum, which I believe Maureen gave us. Sorry. Amy, you wanna say?
I have the original for you to sign.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion?
You understand that those have the bonding questions on it.
Correct. You have the,
Right here.
Yep.
any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
We have one more motion to cancel the Saturday's town council meeting. Saturday, the
15th.
Make a motion to cancel the March 15th budget meeting,
2025.
Second.
2025, this Saturday. Meet with your family.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And before we call for adjournment, again, thank you, everybody. I appreciate all your work, input, and your service to our community. And we'll call for an adjournment.
Make a motion to adjourn the March 13th, 2025 budget meeting.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. At 8:32. Good night, everybody.
nice job.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.